Here we go. Okay, great. So I got it. All right. So we're going to jump right into January 2025 past paper questions. Again, if at any time anything seems unclear, please let me know. And we'll address it as we go along. So we should be very familiar with the papers, all of the past paper formats will be past paper format at this point in time. You should be very familiar with everything. I don't think anybody should be seeing this past paper for the first time. And if anything is giving you any, if there's any area particularly you think I'd like to explain, because there are some areas that is a little bit, I guess, gray or uncertain for some people. So if there's anything that you feel you still have a little bit of a challenge with, let me know, right? So here we are. I'm very big on reading instructions. Year in, year out, things change. And I want you all to be reminded that when things change, they're not going to announce it. So please be sure to read the instructions. We have a few changes with CSEC happening right now. So I'm not sure what paper one is going to look like in terms of if there's anything that changes. So please be mindful of that and be sure to read your instructions for every section, right? So our paper consists of 60 multiple choice questions. It's an hour and a half, right? You have to try as best as you can to answer all questions. And for multiple choice, I always tell people, even if you have to guess the answers that you don't know, skip what you don't know for now, and then you go back to it. And if you still don't really get it, still at least try to guess. I mean, it's rare that you ever hear teachers saying to guess anything. But if you try at all angles and you feel like, because sometimes you will still get it right, don't leave anything unanswered, right? We don't want to do that. So the instructions here, read it. This test consists of 60 items. You'll have 1 hour and 30 minutes to answer them. In addition to this test booklet, you should have an answer sheet. And this is very important here. I tell people paper one has a lot of reading in it. And if you're not somebody who likes reading a lot, or if you kind of get sidetracked, or you're like me where you have ADHD and processing a lot of information at the same time can be a bit of a challenge at times. I tell people, let's go through the first few items you interchange, and I will show you as we go along, right? So what is the important thing here with this second instruction is if you're going to do it that way, you have to look at that answer sheet and make sure whatever you are answering, you select the corresponding number, right? So if you start at 30, if your first section starts at 30 and that's what you're doing, make sure you shade 30, right? So that is very important. They say do not be concerned that the answer sheet provides spaces for more answers than there are items to this test. So usually there's one generic multiple choice answer sheet. So some subjects has more answers than the 60 multiple choice questions. That's fine. Just answer the numbers, the corresponding numbers. Each item in the test has 4 suggested answers lettered A, B, C, D. Read each item you are about to answer and decide which choice is best. On your answer sheet, find the number which corresponds to your item and shade the space having the same letter as your answer you have chosen. The sample is here below. The sample reads, choose the word or set of words that best completes each sentence. Someone who is suffering from influenza needs to be isolated as the disease is A, lasting, B, serious, C, contagious, D, destructive. The best answer to this item is contagious, so C has been shaded. If you want to change your answer, erase it completely before you fill in your new choice. When you are told to begin, turn the page and work as quickly and carefully as you can. If you cannot answer an item, go to the next one and return to that item later. Someone is asking if I think it will repeat tomorrow. Now, the questions tend to repeat itself quite often. And as we go along, if you look to the tab at the top here, you see we have January paper 1. These are the papers that we're doing right now. January paper 1, you're going to have January 2024 paper 1, June 2024 paper 1, January 2023 paper 1, and January 2022 paper 1. You're going to see as we go along that there are some questions that constantly repeat itself, some sections with similar questions. The format remains the same. Sometimes even passages repeat itself. So there's no doubt that you're going to find some of the same answers tomorrow, right? So I want you all, sometimes the corresponding answers, A, B, C, and D may change, but it will be the same question. So don't think, hey, I've seen this, the answer is C. Please read everything, all right? Now, let's look at items 1 to 5. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 words missing. Choose the word which best completes the meaning of the sentence and mark the choice on your answer sheets. Right? So there are going to be a lot of similar answers. You're selecting your one that best completes the meaning of the sentence. So this one has 2 missing words. If you prepare something, you have a good chance of something the interviewer that you are right for the job. Now, one of the techniques I always tell my students to use is process of elimination if you cannot figure out the answer straight off the bat, right? So let's look at our options. So we have A, if you prepare carefully, you have a good chance of prompting the interviewer that you are right for the job. We don't want to prompt the interviewer. So one of the ways to look at, in the interest of time, one of the ways to find the best choice is, you see that last option, the last section of the options, prompting, impressing, convincing, persuading, that is what you choose. You look at that, and then you look at the first corresponding answer that's with it to see if it makes sense. So we know it's not prompting the interviewer. Impressing the interviewer would be a good option. However, we are not hurriedly preparing. So that's out, right? Convincing the interviewer is also an adequate option. However, let's look at the first part. If you prepare thoroughly, you have a good chance of convincing the interviewer that you are right for the job. Seems like the appropriate answer so far. And let's look at option D. Persuading is correct, but if you prepare inadequately, would be incorrect. So your answer here is C, right? So we're just going to select that one. So when we use the process of elimination, it makes things a bit easier in terms of your selection, and I want you all to be mindful of that, all right? And of course, we're going to go through other techniques as we go along. How big is my head? Good. All right, number 2. The journalists were impressed by the blank of the statesman whose speeches had a profound blank on all who heard him. Again, we are looking to see which is the best answer. And we look at the second one because if the journalists were impressed by it could be eloquence, presence of the statement, but I think a profound something would really be the one that helps us select, right? So whose speeches had a profound, can it be effect? The journalists were impressed by the eloquence of the statesman whose speeches had a profound effect on all who heard him. Now, some people may not know what the definition of one of the words are, which is fine, right? What we have to do is that same process of elimination and look at the other corresponding word. So far, this seems like a viable option in terms of selecting the correct answer. Do we know what eloquence means? Anybody? No? That's the ability to use language fluently and persuasively. So this is the ideal answer so far. So let's look at the options. The statesman whose speeches had a profound result may or may not work. It doesn't fit as well as effect. To be impressed by the presence of the statesman, somebody's presence alone, and the profound result doesn't really work here. The emotion of the statesman in option C definitely is not it, and sensation doesn't work there, so that's definitely out. And the appearance of the statesman whose speeches had a profound reaction, it may work too. However, remember, we're selecting which works best. And appearance, while his appearance may be impressive, his speeches is what had a profound effect. So the eloquence, his ability to use language and convincingly and persuasively, is what really would fit here. So the answer for this section is A. So that's how we use process of elimination, right? Let's go to number 3. There are many. I'm seeing a question here in the chats. Tanisha is asking me, is 3C? Let's see what 3 says. There are many who would try to assist your efforts because of their jealousy. If somebody's jealous, they will not assist your efforts. Affect your efforts. There is a good, and it's supposed to be, it would be effects anyways, be good effects or bad effects, right? So that's no. There's many who will try to thwart your efforts. This is definitely one of this is the option thus far. And encourage your efforts, again, would not be correct because they're jealous of you. So the answer is C. You are correct, Tanisha. So this is how we use process of elimination, right? So please remember, if you're a bit nervous, you feel like, the answers all seem similar because many of them will. Just remember, process of elimination works in scenarios like this. Although it is possible to move the house, the cost of living makes the project A, popular, B, impractical, C, worthwhile, or D, inconsiderate. So we have to remember the sentence construction is although it is possible to move the house, it's possible to move it, the cost of moving it makes it, I remember we're talking about it's possible, however, the cost of moving it, it definitely will make it popular, right? It's definitely not going to make it inconsiderate. So your contenders are impractical and worthwhile, right? So because I said although it is possible, if it was near impossible to move the house, it would make it with cost of moving it. If it's possible to move the house, the cost of moving it would make it worthwhile. This doesn't work here, right? If they say it is difficult to move the house, or if it is expensive to move the house, the cost of, or if it's basically you're saying the cost of it has to make it worthwhile. So there has to be some difficulty, but the possibility here is there. So it's definitely not going to be the worthwhile aspect. It has to be impractical, right? So where there is possibility, you have to find the opposite of it here, because it's showing contrast that although sorry, I'm a little bit distracted because of my background noise. So right, that although there shows contrast, right? So when we are using conjunctions like although, we have to show that contrast, right? So the answer here is impractical. Number 5, most persons are usually A, sorry for those who say one thing and practice another, B, attracted to those who say one thing and practice another, C, mistaken about those who say one thing and practice another, or D, contemptuous of those who say one thing and practice another. Now, I'm sure everybody knows all of these words except contemptuous. Some people may not understand what the definition of contemptuous or even contempt means, right? But of course, when we use process of elimination, it makes it a little bit easier to decipher which answer is correct here. I'm seeing some people in the chats. Jada, are you speaking of number 5 that we're on here?
Yeah, number 5.
Yes, number 5 is the answer. You're not going to feel sorry for one person who practiced something and says the other. As a matter of fact, it's really going to turn you off. You're definitely not going to be attracted to them either. And it's not something to be mistaken about because they're actually saying something and doing something else. But when you are saying that you are holding someone in contempt, right? It's because you really just I would say I use it when I say scorn, but it's an intense dislike for somebody. You just kind of like you feel like this person is kind of lowly. I don't want to say you feel like the person you're better than the person, but that's pretty much what it is. But yeah, you feel like a disdain for that person because like, come on, like you're really not holding up to your word. What is that? So right, so that is that section. We're moving to items 6 to 10. After each paper, we're just gonna take like a 5 to 10 minute break depending on the time, right? So I'll just let you all know. So 6 to 10. Each sentence in this section has one word underlined. You have to choose from the 4 suggested answer the word which is closest to the opposite in meaning, right? So number 6, the views expressed by Mr. Jones were inconsistent with those of the committee, right? So we're looking for the opposite, the antonym. So we have the options A, compatible, B, challenging, C, unpredictable, and D, irreconcilable. Now, when we have these words, we have to make sure we understand what the word underline means. When we say inconsistent, you know, if we look at the opposite of inconsistent, it means consistent. When somebody is consistent, there's a pattern of behavior, so it's predictable. So the best answer there would be unpredictable, because we're looking for the opposite of inconsistent, right? So the answer here would be, sorry. Right. Oh, sorry, no. When we say consistency, when we talk about consistency, we're talking about a pattern to be predictable. However, when we look at unpredictable here, it does not fit. It's not best, right? When we're looking at views and we're talking about agreeing with someone or not agreeing with someone, or whatever the case is here, the views expressed by Mr. Jones were inconsistent with those of the committee. It wasn't, you can't use unpredictable here. It definitely doesn't work. So we have to look to see what works, right? So the views expressed by Mr. Jones were opposite. Remember, we're talking about the opposites. It was not the same as the other persons. When we're talking about what works with somebody else, when you pair with somebody, we talk about people's compatibility. So the views here were not compatible, if you want to use that to see what the meaning here of the underlying word is. And of course, we're looking at the opposite of that. So the views expressed by Mr. Jones would be incompatible, and the opposite of the incompatibility would be compatible. And I don't know if I over-explain, because I tend to do that, but we have to know what works best. Because if we look at consistency, it talks about predictability. Reconcilable does not work here, and challenging does not work here. So the answer would be A. And I see some persons also had that there. If it is, I get distracted because people are still coming in, and I kind of like would have to stop to add them. And I'm trying to continue talking. I'm not best at multitasking, so bear with me. Number 7, there was a mass immigration of workers from the Caribbean to the United States. Now, this is a question that repeats itself quite a lot. I would not be surprised if you told me that this question came tomorrow, right after the exam. So one of the reasons why it comes so often is because it could be a very tricky question for some, right? So an immigrant is a person who leaves their home country to settle permanently in a different country, right? So when we look at immigration, remember they're leaving the country to go to another country. There was a mass immigration of workers from the Caribbean to the United States. Now let's see what works here. It's definitely out of the process of elimination. It is definitely not deportation. When you are deported, it means that you were forcefully or taken by law enforcement and sent back to your country, right? And it's not, the immigration is like a voluntary happening. They leave their country to go to another country. So it would not work in the opposite here. When we talk about discrimination, it really doesn't have to do anything with leaving at all. So we know that it's definitely out of it. When we talk about assimilation, right, we are talking about absorbing a culture or a new environment, right? So this is more, I mean, although it doesn't work, it more goes with a synonym of immigration, because you're absorbing or adapting to a new environment or culture. So the answer would be emigration. And emigration, a lot of people don't know, is the opposite of immigration, because emigration is when you leave your country, when you leave your country to settle permanently into another. And yes, one is saying, just now I'm adding some people on. Why is it sticking? Okay, yeah, I think I got everyone in. Right. So, right, remember, right. So one is, it's kind of one side of another coin. So immigration, remember, is different because they are leaving to go, and then immigrant is somebody who's exiting, right? That is the difference there. So it depends on your perspective. An immigrant is someone arriving in a country, and an immigrant is someone exiting from their country of origin, right? So there was a mass immigration of workers from the Caribbean to the United States, right? So they were leaving the Caribbean to go to the United States. And the opposite of that would be they're exiting from their own country of origin. So they're exiting their country. They're exiting from their country of origin, right? But it didn't say that the workers were coming from their own country, or so it's two sides of the same coin. I don't know if that makes sense to you all. Do you all get it? But it is a tricky question because people don't know that emigration is the opposite of immigration. Do I need to explain that again? No? Okay. So the answer for number 7 is A. I'm seeing somebody asking me a question. Yes, they would like me to explain again. Somebody is narrating. What am I reading? So I didn't see anybody narrating. Okay. So right, so we're explaining again immigrant versus emigrant. Now it can be a tricky one, right? An immigrant is someone who leaves their home country to live elsewhere, while an immigrant is someone who enters a new country to settle, right? So you're leaving, if you're M-M-E-M, if you're emigrating, you are leaving your home country to live elsewhere. If you are immigrating, you're entering a new country to settle. Both refer to the exact same journey, but it depends on how you're looking at it, right? So the E, immigrant, focuses on exiting, but I, immigrant, it focuses on moving in. Yeah? So one is exit and one is entrance. Do we get that? So I think I moving in and E exits. So that is why it's the opposite of one another. So is that clearer for you all? Once I get the okay, we're moving forward, right?
Yes, miss.
Okay, great. I don't know where, oh, there it is. So I'm gonna put my X here. And then number 8, he was eager to share the news with his friends. Now remember, we are writing the opposite, and a lot of times throughout the section, sometimes you kind of get sidetracked or your mind would stray. It happens in exams. Just remember, always remember, look back up and just glance the instructions, because some of these sections are very similar. You're going to have synonyms in one area, antonyms in one area. You don't want to select the answer that you're not supposed to select, right? So just remind yourself what the task is here. So he was eager to share the news with his friends. We're looking at the opposite of the word eager. So A, worried. We know to be worried about something, the opposite is definitely not eager, right? B, reluctancy. When you're eager, you're hurried towards doing something. When you are reluctant, that is the opposite of it. Let's look at the others just for a process of elimination. Displeased is definitely not it, and unavailable is definitely not it. So once you do process of elimination, C and D automatically goes, and we know the answer here is B, right? Again, if you have any questions at all, please let me know. And again, some of these questions will repeat itself. The president of the Students' Association never mentioned the treasurer's integrity. The word here is integrity that we're looking at, the opposite of, right? So is it skill? Is it B, loyalty? Is it C, inability? Or is it D, dishonesty? We know by process of elimination, it's definitely not skill. It is not inability, which is, you know, like the opposite of skill, your ability to do something. It is not loyalty here. When you're talking about integrity, you're talking about someone's honesty. right? The ability to trust them. So the answer is D. Number 10, Stacy wanted her passport renewal to be expedited, but it was not. We're looking for the opposites of the word expedited. We know when we want something expedited, we want it to be sped up, completed at a faster rate, right? So directly we know D and the underlined word are synonyms, right? So that is out. Submitted is out. Amended means changed, that's out. Delayed would be the opposite of expedited. So your answer for 10 is A. We're good so far, right, guys? So these items are different. Items 11 to 15, the instructions read, revise the following sentences according to the directions that follow it. Do not change the meaning of the original sentence. Look at the options A to D for the word or phrase that best suits the revised sentence and mark your choice on the answer sheets. Right? So this is a section a lot of people find a little bit difficult. And I think simply it's because I would like to say lack of preparation, because you know, if you're now or coming down to the end, you know, start doing this, you kind of confused as to what you have to do. Some people just genuinely don't get it, right? So let's do number 11. The accident caused a lot of traffic on the highway, so we found an alternative route. Now remember, we have to revise the sentence, using the directions, and the directions here state substitute so much for a lot of. So instead of saying the accident caused a lot of traffic, we have to say the accident caused so much traffic. So now we'd have to change the prepositions that follow it, right? So it can't be the accident caused so much traffic on the highway, so we found an alternative route. I mean, that works, but it's not it's not correct. It's not structurally correct. So we have to make sure that when we change it to make sure it's structurally sound, it does not change the meaning of the original sentence. So it would read, the accident caused so much traffic on the highway. Is it that we found an alternative route? Is it when we cause an alternative route? It is, or the conjunction, I said preposition. The conjunction has to change. Remember, we have different conjunctions, coordinating and subordinating conjunctions, right? So that it caused so much traffic on the highway because we found an alternative route, or eventually we found an alternative route. Which one do you think works best there? I don't want you all to just tell me what works best. I want you to tell me why you think it works best. Even if you don't know why, just tell me which one you think it is. And then we can get to the why after. Anybody? Ooh, we have a quiet house. Okay, we have one person. Amanda says D. Anybody agrees with Amanda?
Miss, my internet dropped a bit. What was the question? Sorry, my internet dropped a bit.
Oh, so we are revising this question. So they asked us to substitute the words so much. The words a lot of for so much. So we have to now change the sentence to make it grammatically correct. So instead of saying the accident caused a lot of traffic on the highway, so we found an alternative route, we now have to say the accident caused so much traffic on the highway, and we now have to change that conjunction. So we
Okay, so we have 11.
Sorry?
We have number 11, right?
Yes, number 11.
Okay, so I chose D.
D, eventually we found an alternative route. Anybody else has a different? I see somebody has A. Can somebody tell me why A? No? So now we have coordinating conjunctions and we have subordinating conjunctions, right? And when we have subordinating conjunctions, it links to a dependent clause, right? It shows a relationship, but it links a dependent clause to a main clause. When we have a coordinating conjunction, right? A coordinating conjunction is a word that connects words or phrases or independent clauses that are of equal grammatical importance, right? So it really just helps to develop sentences that are fluid and balanced, right? And we have different uses for these things. So when we have that conjunction so that we see in number 11 there in the original sentence, it shows a consequence or effect. So the accident caused a lot of traffic, so we found an alternative route. But now that we have changed, the accident caused a lot of traffic for the accident. The accident caused a lot of traffic for the accident caused so much traffic. Right? We now have to change that conjunction, and it would no longer be a coordinating conjunction. Coordinating conjunctions are fanboys. That's for and but or yet and so. So we now have to use a subordinating conjunction instead. And it shows, and the one we have here needs to show condition. So because of the accident, right, we had to find an alternative route. The alternative route was on condition of the accident. So we have to change that conjunction to reflect that. So what we would have to do is change that so. And that's why we have all of these different ones here. So what we would have to use is that. It wouldn't be when, that's a condition of time, right? So we'd have to use that here. So the accident caused so much traffic on the highway that we found an alternative route. Does it make sense? So the answer here is A. If we looked at eventually, it would have to say something about the time, about the length of time. So eventually, as in, but time would elapse, so we used to say first to say eventually. So eventually will not work here, right? So that is why the answer would be A. Number 12, given that the teachers had made final arrangements, they were very annoyed when only a few students showed up for the future. Now we have to begin the sentence with, since final arrangements, we now have to, because they've changed the sentence around, we now have to change the tense of the verb. Since final arrangements, is it was made, were making, had been made, were being made, and we have to do so without changing the meaning of the sentence. Oh, we have people in the waiting room. Sorry guys, just a second. Like I said, I'm not very techy, so I'm here trying to figure out, because it's just supposed to show up on top, but I'm not seeing that. Hopefully it comes up. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Okay. All right, back to this. So right, we cannot change the meaning of the sentence. And the sentence read, and you have to, if we don't completely understand what the sentence is trying to tell us, we really need to dissect to make sure we know, right? So I'm seeing Tanisha is saying C. So let's see. Given that the teachers had made, I'm looking at the verb particularly here because the verb is what they are changing in the options here. We're seeing was made, were making, had been made, were being made. So this is a completed action in the past. So the actions were already completed, it's done. Because given that the teachers had made final arrangements, they were very annoyed when only a few students showed up for the trip. Now we're changing that to say, since final arrangements, now remember it is plural arrangements, right? So was will not work here. So was made is definitely out. Were making indicates, one, it is grammatically intimate. A were making indicates that it is still happening because it is the past continuous. So that does not work here as well. Were being made also, it gave continuity. So it's an action that started in the past and was continuing. It were being made. right? So we're not doing that either. So it has to be C. So Tanisha, you're correct. It had been made. The action is completed in the past. So you have to look at the rationale behind. So what we will have to look at first is what are they asking us to change? And you find that from the options. Is it the conjunctions? Is it the verbs? What are they asking me to change? And that then gives you the clue of what needs to be selected based on the sentence so that you do not change the meaning of the sentence. I hope that helps. Does that help you, or do you understand what I'm trying to say? Everybody can give me a thumbs up so I understand. I know that you have it. So number 13, more is experienced in one day of life. This question actually is always repeated. I don't know why. More is experienced in one day of the life of a learned man than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime, right? And why they do that is because it could be a little tricky when they change the sentence around, when they reconstruct it, because the meaning is what you really have to look at in this, right? So again, I'm going to read, more is experienced in one day of life of a learned man. So somebody who is knowledgeable or learned, he experiences more in one day of life than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime. So when we understand what the sentence is saying in this case, we can now switch it around without changing the meaning. So now they're asking us to begin the sentence by saying a learned man, is it A, experiences more in one day, more experience in one day, experienced more in one day, has more experience in one day? Which one do you think it is?
A.
Rachel is saying A. Anybody agrees with Rachel? Thumbs up, please. Somebody else is in the chat. A as well as Jada. So right, so a more, remember the sentence read, more is experienced in one day of the life of a learned man than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime. So a learned man definitely experiences more in one day than an ignorant man experiences in his whole lifetime, right? So because it is changed around, remember this is active voice and passive voice, right? So it's the way, is one person doing the thing versus the thing being done onto one person. That's active voice and passive voice, right? So here, more is experienced in one day in the life of a learned man, and in the opposite way around, it starts with the learned man experiences more in one day, right? So you all are correct. Let's look at number 14. Number 14 reads, during my time at school, I was involved in extracurricular activities. Now we have to begin the sentence with I was involved in. Of course, we have to put the extracurricular activities first before we select the option, because sometimes it's just like that, right? So I was involved in extracurricular activities on staying at school. So basically you see that during my time, that is what is being changed there, right? So I was involved in extracurricular activities on staying at school, while I was at school, for my stay at school, when staying at school.
While I was.
Sorry?
While I was.
While I was. So that one is easy pickings. Number 15, she found even after she had made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda. This is also a question that comes quite often, right? So we've seen this one being repeated a lot. Even the one prior as well, the one before number 14. So she found even after she had made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda. We're now to begin the sentence with having made, and of course we now have to say several attempts to regulate the sprinkler. Is it she found that? Is it Anne finding that? Let me say the whole thing not to confuse you all. So having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, she found that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda. Is it having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler and finding that water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda? Is it having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, she had found that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda? Or is it having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, she was finding that the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda? And I'm seeing some responses in the, I'm seeing everybody saying A. You all are correct. So we have to look at what the verb said, right? She found, even after she had made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, that the water was still reaching the veranda, the furniture on the veranda, right? So when we switch that around with this construction shift, having made several attempts to regulate the sprinkler, she found, would still be she found, that the water on the veranda was still reaching the furniture. Sorry, the water was still reaching the furniture on the veranda. So it is correct, right? So we understand that one. Anybody has any difficulties there? Is there anything I need to clarify before we move forward? Yeah, look, we almost reached an hour already. That's crazy, right? Numbers 16 to 20. Now this one reads, some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of a few things. It's inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. Do we all know what an idiom is? An idiom is a word, a phrase or expression, sorry, with a figurative meaning. You cannot take the meaning literal. So when somebody tells you to break a leg, we don't literally mean go and break your leg. We mean good luck, right? If somebody says, that was a slap in the face, they don't literally mean that that slapped you in the face, right? Or bite the bullets. So it does not have a literal meaning. So if it has an idiom or an issue with vocabulary, then, you know, the option would be there. So these are the errors that is in the lineup. So it's unacceptable either because of inappropriate grammar, because of idiom or vocabulary, or they are acceptable as it stands. Now you have to remember that because sometimes people start correcting different things. They start correcting verb tenses and no, right? Or they think they're correcting verb tenses. The verb tenses, for all intents and purposes here, would be absolutely correct, right? So I want you all to be very careful with that. I'm seeing somebody saying 16B. Shamali Russian us here. Sorry, let's see. Select the one underlined part that is inappropriate and choose the corresponding letter A, B, C, or D. If the sentence is acceptable, you choose D. The nurses were given separate quarters because the main building did not have enough rooms for them. And yes, Shamal, the answer is B. Why is the answer B? Can someone tell me?
Miss Separate spell wrong.
It is spelled incorrectly. So the answer here is B. Number 17, it's my pleasure to give you some information concerning proper nutrition. It's my pleasure to give you some information concerning proper nutrition. Anybody? Do you see any errors here? Yes, Janaya, that's correct. The answer is D. There are absolutely no errors here, so we select D. The benefits of doing these papers right now as well is that for each segment, sometimes, you know, you in an exam and you get a little nervous and you forget what you're supposed to do. When you do the past papers, you're familiar with each section, you know what is expected, right? But some are very similar, so we have to be mindful of that and make sure we read the instructions, right? Number 18, when the museum purchased his paintings, the patrons posted many compliments. The answer is C. Very
Let's
good.
see.
Go on, Sanaya. Complement
Since
is I, not E,
I,
right?
yeah.
You know what's strange here? They don't say that there's spelling errors at the top, but then they have spelling errors. So, because they said the following sentence are not acceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. But I'm guessing that they consider vocabulary the spelling as well, right? So his intelligence, rather than his height, was the deciding factor when considering him for the job. All right, B. So height is spelled incorrectly. Remember, it's Height. He thought it was best, number 20, he thought it was best to sacrifice the match and submit to the ridicule of his team for his friend's sake. Again, he thought it was best to sacrifice the match and submit to the ridicule of the team for his friend's sake. Do we see any errors here?
It's
D, there are no
ridicule.
errors.
No?
No, there are no errors.
Okay.
All right, let's move to the next section, 21 to 25. Now, after this section, this is where the reading begins. And I tell you all, just for showing you all's sake, this half of them, it's you can say it's half because it's 30, it's 60 questions in total. I say it's kind of like half. But like I was saying, if you guys are not, if you know the reading kind of gets daunting for you, what you can do, like you could start, let's say you start with 21 to 25, and then you go to the poetry section, and you answer the poem questions, and then you go back up and you do another section, and then you go to the paragraph, because this is how the reading section goes. So you have the poem, then you have a passage, kind of lengthy, then you have another passage, then you have, yes, another passage, then you have a graphic representation, right? So it can be a little daunting for some people, especially if reading is not your favorite thing to do. So I tell my students, if you know that the reading is going to become daunting for you, interchange between the grammar section and the comprehension sections. But what you have to be mindful of is shading the corresponding answers. You don't want to select the wrong thing, right? So be mindful of that. So let's look at a section and we move on to that reading section. Each sentence in this section has one underlined word. Choose from the four suggested answers. Choose from the four suggested answers the word which is nearest in meaning to the underlined word. So this is the synonyms. I'm grateful that the synonyms and the antonyms are not close together because in past exams, they put them very close and people were selecting antonyms instead of synonyms and synonyms to antonyms. So this is great. So number 21, it is impossible to rectify the error made by the computer since inaccurate information had been fed to it. Nearest in meaning. We know alter is to change, erase would be to delete. We know what correct means and then to determine to find out. So by process of elimination, we know that the answer is C. And I see you all are putting it in the comments, great. Number 22, so far, you all know all the answers, you're good. Or you all did this practice paper quite a few times, either or, right? So the flowers grow profusely in the garden, right? So let's look at process of elimination. I always like to tell people when you have nearest and meanings, they tend to have similar answers. So process of elimination works really great in these segments here. So we have from process of elimination, we know colorfully is definitely out of it. What else? When we say profusely, we're talking about the amount. So it definitely is not going to be widely or healthily. It's going to be abundantly. It's plentiful, right? Widely means that they kind of just growing all over the place. It doesn't have anything to do with the amount. And healthily it doesn't have to do anything with the amount. I mean, some people say healthily when they talk about a healthy amount of weight, but that's more like a dialect kind of thing. Number 23, I'm seeing some comments, guys. Forgive me if I'm moving a little slow where that is concerned. Somebody saying 23 is D. Let's see. The new story revealed the squalor of the old city. right? So when we talk about squalor, we're talking about poverty, right? We see position. It's definitely not position. Remember, we're looking for nearest in meaning. It's definitely not strength. It has nothing to do with ambience. It's definitely destitution, sorry. So, Shamal, you're correct. The answer is D. Number 24, during the rainstorm yesterday, the wind blew incessantly across the island. We can't see it, but the word on the line is incessantly, right? So incessantly would means without stopping. So it's not noisily, it's not furiously, it's not occasionally. Remember, looking for the similarity to be constantly, right? And number 25, for the first time in a decade, the company disclosed a deficit in its accounts. For the first time in a decade, the company disclosed a deficit in its account. I'm seeing answers coming in. Yes, guys, the answer is D. When we talk about a deficit, we mean a shortfall. Some stuff is missing, right? Not a defect, not a profit, not a balance. It's accounting tools. All right. Let us get the comprehension. What I want to do, guys, you can tell me. So we take a break after the first hour. Do you all want us to complete the first paper? And then we take a break. I usually complete the paper.
Let's complete the paper.
Everybody agrees, right? Thumbs up if you agree.
Yes, miss.
Okay, great. So let's keep going. So now numbers 26 to 30. Read the following poem carefully and then answer items 26 to 30 on the basis of what is stated or implied. This is a very short poem. We're not always this lucky. Look at the world. I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see. This fenced off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at the silly walls through dark eyes in a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression bills will have to go. I look at my own body with eyes no longer blind, and I see that my own hands can make the world that's in my mind. Then let us, comrades, the road to find. All right, so when we look at this, the first thing we do, we read the poem to figure out what it's about. This is an analysis. We don't have to go, it's not an in-depth analysis. But when we are analyzing poems, the first thing we do is read this and try to understand what they're trying to tell us. And when we from what we see here, we talk about the black face in the narrow space, and we talk about oppression, right? So we know it's about discrimination, right? So let us look at the questions first before we go back. What I do, I have two strategies, and I think the second one works best for people like me. I can only speak from my own perspective. You have to know yourself. If you have very good memory, you can read the poem, read the questions, go back. So you can answer the questions right away if you remember everything, or you can read a second time and then go back if your memory is really good. If your memory is like mine, we read the poem the first time to understand what they're saying. We read the question to get a good idea, and we answer what we remember. What we don't remember, we toggle back and forth. And it might seem like it takes a lot of time, but in reality, it really doesn't. It really doesn't take that much time, right? So let's look at number 26. The speaker in the poem was most likely A, an artist, B, someone who was once blind, C, an ex-slave fighting for freedom, D, a black person sharing the experience of being black. And I think this one goes without saying. We do understand based on the language used what the person was saying, the oppression, the world's bill has to go, all of that. That the answer here is D, right? Do you all agree? Anybody has any other answers in mind? Seeing in the chats. Right. Number 26, no, 27, sorry. In the first stanza, remember stanzas are like paragraphs in poems. The speaker best describes A, a man who has just woken up from a nap. B, a person who likes to travel the world. C, someone who is realizing their world is restricted. Or D, an individual who feels uncomfortable in tight spaces. Now let's go back to stanza 1. Like I said, I have to toggle back and forth. My memory is not the best, right? I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see. A fenced off narrow space assigned to me, right? So it's definitely not someone who just woken up despite the word awakening. I don't know why they would have a person who likes to travel the world. I guess it's because I look at the world. someone who's realizing their world is restricted seems best suited here. And then there's an individual who feels comfortable in tight spaces. There's no discussion about discomfort here, and the tight space is figurative, right? So we know the answer is C. So guys, process of elimination, it really does help. 28, in stanza 2, the speaker decides that the walls of oppression are, is it A, a mental battle, B, to be torn down, C, too silly for any attention, D, unstable and will crumble. What do we think number 28 is? Let's go back to stanza 2. I look then at the silly walls through dark eyes and a dark face. And this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. Again, I'm going to read it for you. I look then at the silly walls through dark eyes and a dark face. And this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. I'm seeing Susanna is saying B. So yes, there's no mention of a mental battle, although it could be inferred. But the answer here is B. It's to be torn down, right? Tanisha. Quick question: do passages or poems repeat? Sometimes. You're gonna see for yourself. I saw instances where passages repeat itself. I've already seen a poem repeat it. I think I've seen one instance. But they do repeat itself. Tanisha, I don't know if that was you bumped off there. Or she's her audio is not. Tanisha, I don't know if it was your response. I don't know, people are getting bumped off a lot. Tanisha, I don't know if that was your response I was just reading there when you got bumped off. Yes, some passages and poems repeat itself. Right? So I've seen more passages than poems repeating itself, but we do have repeats of the passages. So number 29, the lines, this fenced off narrow space in lines 4 and the walls oppressions build in line 9 help to develop the meaning of the poem as they A, show the effects and consequences of oppression, B, indicate the speaker's intention to fight oppression, C, reveal how oppression limits people's opportunities in life, or D, highlight how walls are used to keep people out and provide security. Now we're going back to lines 4 and lines 9. Lines 4, this fenced off narrow space assigned to me, and lines 9, these walls oppression builds will have to go. Right? So let's look again, and they are saying the lines help to develop the meaning of the poem as, does it show effects and consequences of oppression? Does it indicate the speaker's intention to fight oppression? Does it reveal how oppression limits people's opportunities in life? Or does it highlight how the walls are used to keep people out and provide security? We know by process of elimination, D is definitely not it. What do you all think is the answer? I'll scroll up one more time. Remember, it's lines 4 and 9. This fenced off narrow space assigned to me, and in lines 9, these walls of oppressions, all these walls of oppression builds will have to go, right? So is it showing, we know D is out, is it showing the effects and consequences of oppression? No. I'm seeing everybody saying C. And you are correct, because the speaker's intention to fight oppression, not so much, remember, this narrow space, the fence of narrow space assigned to me, it limits them, and they're saying these walls of oppressions have to go. So it's revealing that oppression limits their opportunities, right? Number 30, what is the overall message of the poem? Is it to break down walls? We don't have to go back to see this. But is it to break down walls as not easy as building them? Is it for imagination to become reality? A lot of time is needed. Is it that people have the power to work together to create a better world? Or is it that change must take place from within the individual first and then as a society? it's really, the answer really is in that last stanza. I look at my own body with eyes no longer blind, and I see that my own hands can make the world that's in my mind. Then let us hurry, comrades, the road to find. So there, when we look at it, he's talking about, he looks at his own body, he sees his own mind, he knows that he can create the world that's in his mind, right? So he knows the change has to start with himself first. So here they're saying that the change, and then he invites comrades, come on. So he's inviting people to start making their own individual changes, and together, we would create a better space, right? So change must take place from within first, and then as a society. So the answer is D. All right, items 31 to 38. Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 31 to 38 on the basis of what is said or implied. Some of you would know this book, The Pearl, from an earlier your formative years. Kino and Wana came to the place where the brush houses stopped and the city of stone and plaster began. Do you all need me to zoom in a little bit more? Everybody can see it properly. Very good? All right. Kino and Wana came to the place where the brush houses stopped and the city of stone and plaster began. The city of harsh outer walls and inner cool gardens where a little water played and the bougainvillea crusted the walls with purple and brick red and white. They heard from the secret gardens the singing of caged birds and heard the splash of cooling water on hot flagstones. The procession crossed the blinding plaza and passed in front of the church. It had grown now, and in the outskirts, the hurrying newcomers were being softly informed of how the baby had been stung by a scorpion, how the father and mother were taking it to the doctor. And the newcomers, particularly the beggars from the front of the church, who were great experts in financial analysis, looked quickly at Wilwana's old blue skirts and saw the tears in her shawl, appraised the green ribbon on her braids, read the age of Kino's blanket and the 1,000 washings of his clothes, and set them down as poverty people, and went along to see what kind of drama might develop. The 4 beggars in front of the church knew everything in the town. They were the students of the expressions of young women as they went into confession, and they saw them as they came out and read the nature of the sin. They knew every little scandal and some very big crimes. They slept at their post in the shadow of the church so that no one crept in for consolation without their knowledge. And they knew the doctor. They knew his ignorance, his cruelty, his avarice, his appetites, his sins. They knew his clumsy abortions and the little brown pennies he gave sparingly for alms. They had seen his corpses go into the church, and since early mass was over and business was slow, they followed the procession, these endless searchers after perfect knowledge of their fellow men to see what the fat, lazy doctor would do about an indigent baby with a scorpion bite. The scurrying procession came at last to the big gate in the wall of the doctor's house. They could hear the splashing of the water and the singing of caged birds and the sweep of the long brooms on the flagstones. And they could smell the frying of good bacon from the doctor's house. Kino hesitated a moment. This doctor was not of his people. This doctor was of a race which for nearly 400 years had beaten and starved and robbed and despised Kino's race, and frightened it too, so that the indigent came humbly to the door. And as always, when he came near to one of his race, Kino felt weak and afraid and angry at the same time. Rage and terror went together. He could kill the doctor more easily than he could talk to him, for all of the doctor's race spoke to all of Kino's race as though they were simple animals. And as Kino raised his right hand to the iron ring knocker in the gate, rage swelled in him, and the pounding music of the enemy beat in his ears, and his lips drew tight against his teeth, but with his left hand he reached to take off his hat. The iron ring pounded against the gate. Kino took off his hat and stood waiting. Coyotito moaned a little in Juana's arms, and she spoke softly to him. The procession crowded close to better see and hear. Now let's look at questions 31 to 38. We'll answer what we can answer, and we'll toggle back if we need to, right? The writer uses secret in line 4 to describe the gardens because A, they were hidden from view, B, the occupants whispered there, C, many people did not know of them. Or D, many treasures were concealed there. If we go to line 4, we'll see. I'm going to read from this beginning of the sentence. They heard from the secret gardens the singing of caged birds and heard the splash of cooling water on hot flagstones. Right? So from secret gardens, it didn't mean that the occupants were whispering. It didn't mean that people didn't know of the gardens because they know that the gardens were there. There were no treasures concealed. It was just because that they were hidden from view. There were walls around the gardens, right? Number 32, the word procession in line 5 indicates that the crowd was A, going to a funeral, B, moving about aimlessly, C, walking together like a mob, or D, moving in a long, orderly group. So we know that there was no funeral, right? We know that they were not moving about aimlessly. They were all going in the same direction, right? I'm seeing somebody asking if it's C and somebody saying A. No, but we know they weren't going to a funeral. They weren't walking together like a mob. When you think about a mob is I wouldn't say they loud, but they're more aggressive. But here, remember people where they were Chino and Wana were in front with their baby Coyote too, and they were walking to the doctor's office, and everyone from the village, from their village, and other people joining and were following because they wanted to see what would happen, right? So they were moving in a long, orderly group, right? Sometimes we really just have to envision it too to figure out what the answer is. Number 33, which of the following statements is not true about the beggars? Now, that was my favorite part in the whole excerpt. So they knew about human nature, A. They were inquisitive about people, B. They're asking what is not true. They had a good relationship with the doctor. They knew everything that went on around them. What do you guys think it is? We heard so much about the beggars. Let's see. So right, and the newcomers, particularly the beggars from the front of the church who were great experts in financial analysis. They look at one as, okay, we can skip that part. The 4 beggars in front of the church knew everything in the tongue. They were the students of expressions of young women as they went into confession, and they saw them as they came out and read the nature of sin. They knew every little scandal and some very big crimes. They slept at their posts in the shadow of the church so that no one crept in for consolation without their knowledge. And they knew the doctor. They knew his ignorance, his cruelty, his avarice, his appetites, his sins. They knew his clumsy abortions and his little brown penny he gave sparingly for alms. And then they had seen his corpses go into the church, and since early mass was over and business was slow, they followed the procession, these endless searches after perfect knowledge of their fellow men to see what the fat, lazy doctor would do about an indigent baby with a scorpion bite. So do you see how they described him, the fat, lazy doctor? And of course, they knew about his little brown pennies he gave sparingly for alms. So he didn't give them much, although they were beggars, and they described them as fat, lazy, right? So if we look here, they knew about human nature because they were able to ascertain that Juan and Kino were not wealthy people, right? And of course, they kind of like just read everything that was going on. They knew everything. They were inquisitive. They mind everybody. In other words, they're saying they're fast, macocious. For those who are Jamaican, I don't know what word you all use for that. When we say macocious, somebody's always in somebody's business. They had a good relationship with the doctor. We know that is the statement that is not true. They described them as fat and lazy. They said he didn't really give any money. They gave sparingly for alms, little brown pennies. And of course, they knew everything that went on around them, right? So I'm hearing Jamaicans say, come and see. So the answer here is C. Number 33 is C. Number 34, in the extract, the expression great experts in financial analysis, lines 8 to 9. Are you from St. Vincent? Sorry. So lines 8 to 9, it means that the beggars were A, able to add to their alms quickly. B, they had many years of experience in begging. C, they could analyze the financial state of the country. Or D, they could immediately determine the rich from the poor. Yes, Susanna, you're correct. It's D. They could determine the rich from the poor. And the evidence for that is when they were looking at Juan and Kino's attire, and they put them down as poverty people. Number 35. The description in paragraph 2, lines 8 to 18 conveys to the reader the impression of And let's go to that paragraph one time, lines 8 to 18. We're looking at fear and hatred, happiness and love, harshness and poverty, comfort and prosperity. So we're looking at lines 8 to 18, paragraph 2. So 8 would be from the beginning here, and 18 would be at the end of the paragraph. So it's the entire paragraph, right? I'm going to read it for you guys. You tell me what two impressions work best there, right? Sorry, I'm just adding some people to the. Right, so I'm reading it. And the newcomers, particularly the beggars from the front of the church who were great experts in financial analysis, looked at Juana's old blue skirts, saw the tears in her shawl, appraised the green ribbon on her braids, read the age of Kino's blanket and the 1,000 washings of his clothes, and set them down as poverty people, and went along to see what kind of drama might develop. The four beggars in front of the church knew everything in the town. They were students of the expressions of young women as they went into confession, and they saw them as they came out and read the nature of the sin. They knew every little scandal and some very big crimes. They slept at their posts in the shadow of the church so that no one crept in for consolation without their knowledge. And they knew the doctor. They knew his ignorance, his cruelty, his avarice, his appetites, his sins. They knew his clumsy abortions and the little brown pennies he gave sparingly for alms. All right, so is it the impression of fear and hatred? Is it happiness and love? Is it harshness and poverty? Or is it comfort and prosperity? Yes, so I am seeing C. It is definitely harshness on the doctor's end and poverty. All right, harshness also reads to the situation now. Harsh society can be in terms of the beggars spying and looking at like what's going on with people and reading their sins. There's no empathy at all for them. So harshness and poverty. All right, there's no happiness there, there's no love there, there's no hatred. They didn't talk about that. Number 36, according to the extract, Kino hesitated for a moment in line 26 because he, is it A, had to calm his anger and hatred, B, was afraid to approach the doctor, C, wondered whether he had enough money, or D, wanted to kill the doctor with his bare hands. Now let's go to line 26 because again, some answers may be a little similar, right? So number 26 is line 1 here in that last stanza. Kino hesitated a moment. The doctor was not of his people. The doctor was not of his race, for which for nearly 400 years, had beaten and starved and robbed and despised Kino's race and frightened it too, so that the indigent came humbly to the door. And as always, when he came near to one of his race, Kino felt weak and afraid and angry at the same time. Rage and terror went together. He could kill the doctor more easily than he could talk to him, for all the doctor's race spoke to all of Kino's race as though they were simple animals. So, and as Kino raised his hand to the iron ring knocker in the gates, rage swelled in him, and the pounding music of the enemy beat in his ears. Right, so let's stop there and see. Is it that he had to calm his anger and hatred? Was he afraid to approach the doctor? We know he's not if he wondered he had any money. He knew he couldn't pay, right? Did he want to kill the doctor? No, he didn't want to kill the doctor. He didn't know the doctor from anywhere. He said he could kill him quicker than he could talk to him, but he didn't want to kill the doctor. He was not afraid to approach the doctor. He was fighting, trying to make sure that he got medical care for his son who was stung by a scorpion. He stopped because he had to calm his anger and hatred, right? Because he hated the people who had oppressed his own people for so long. All right, so the answer is A. Now 37. In the extract, the sentence, this doctor was not of his people, suggests that the doctor A did not respect Kino's people, B did not understand Kino's people, was not born in the city as Kino was, or came from the background that was different from Kino's. We know it doesn't mean being not of somebody's race or people or whatever doesn't mean that you don't respect someone else's, or it doesn't mean that you didn't understand either. Kino was definitely not born in the city. He didn't even come from the city. He came to the city to see his son, to see a doctor for his son. So the answer here is D. And finally, for the section, which of the following is not illustrated in the extract? The kindness of the beggars, the curiosity of the city people, the suffering of Juana and Kino, and the contrast between the rich and the poor. Which one do you all think it is? No guesses? Which is not illustrated. That's correct. Is it guys? Car? I don't know how I don't think I'm pronouncing that correctly. Yeah. Okay, good. So the answer is A. The kind is the beggars definitely win kind. So that's how we go about answering questions. At least that's my strategy. If you have one that works well for you, then stick to that. We don't want to switch something up the day before the exam and then it doesn't work for you, right? But I want you all to see how process of elimination works and what clues to look for, context clues and different things to help you come about the correct answer. So let's go to 39 to 46, right? If we win the exam, I'd be screaming right now because we have just about 10 minutes, but I'm explaining. So that's why it takes up a little bit of time. So read the following extract carefully and then answer items 39 to 46 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Now, this is about industrialization. Industrialization has created a new set of intangible threats to health. These threats have presented themselves in socially accepted forms. The socially acquired glamour of cigarette smoking, the pleasures of alcohol, and the spurious release gained through drugs, which have resulted in many cases of heart disease, cancer, and debility. Since many developing countries are succumbing to the same habits and dependence, they lay themselves open to the same diseases. One can work by one rough rule of thumb, says Dr. H. Hansulkwa, chief statistician of the WHO's Global Epidemiological Surveillance and Health Situation Assessment. Once a country achieves a life expectancy at birth of 60 years, cancer rapidly moves up the ranking of health problems and causes of death. Now we need to work hard to determinedly to implement decisions on lifestyle change. These will depend on two aspects: the personal choices made and the choices that are only possible if national policies and health strategies break new ground. Nothing illustrates these aspects more succinctly than smoking. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers are killed before their time by tobacco. Most would have lived on for another 5 to 30 years, the average being an extra 10 to 15 if they stopped smoking before they developed cancer or heart or lung disease. They could have averted the risk of dying from tobacco. Government policies can strengthen individual choice and prevent the growth of smoking habits. Restriction on advertising and promoting cigarettes will reduce incentives to smoke. Raising the cost of cigarette lowers consumption. Health education should promote a way of life free of smoking. This is particularly necessary in developing countries where there is generally minimal control on the promotion of sale of cigarettes. Developing countries can ill afford the enormous burden of tobacco-related illnesses on health resources, which are already overstretched. Governments may be collecting taxes and buying jobs in the growing of tobacco and the manufacture of cigarettes, but the cost of long-term medical care and inhumane suffering and premature death is expensive. Some causes of ill health can be removed by political action and financial investment, but some, brought about by the way people live, can be removed by people deciding to change their way of living. So here they are talking about lifestyle diseases, right? And they're saying that to battle lifestyle diseases, there's two different aspects that we need to look at. People actually making a personal choice to change their habits and stop smoking and drinking and, taking drugs. And there's also government policies that can be implemented to make it difficult for people to pattern these habits, right? So that's what they're saying in this. So let's look at the answers. And this because of the statistics and the information, it's not a long passage but it has a lot of information and it's a process. Because of that, you definitely have to toggle back and forth, right? So according to paragraph 1, lines to 4, deaths from heart disease, cancer, and debility are on the increase. Is it because A, the dangers posed by modern living? Is it traditional lifestyles in developing countries? Is it growing substance abuse in today's society? Or is it longer life expectancy in recent years? Let's go to the top. Industrialization has created a new set of intangible threats to health. These threats have presented themselves in socially accepted forms: the socially acquired glamour of cigarette smoking, the pleasures of alcohol, and the spurious release gained through drugs, which have resulted in many cases of heart disease, cancer, and debility. Now pay attention to that first line. Industrialization has created a new set of intangible threats to health. They're saying according to paragraph 1, deaths from heart disease, cancer, and debility are on the increase because today's cell industrialization has created a new set of intangible threats. So this is the more modern thing to do. It's presented itself in forms that are socially acceptable. The glamour of cigarette smoking, the pleasure they get from taking a little drink, and then the spurious release gained through drugs, right? Janaya is saying, see, the growing substance abuse in today's society. So they're saying in today's society, that's where the industrialization, modern society comes in. We are, have increasing our use of substance abuse. So we are drinking, we are smoking, right? So the answer here is B. Number 40. The words succumbing and dependence in line 5 imply that the habits of cigarette smoking and alcohol and drug use is it A, inhibit development, B, are created by the users, C, gives rise to a state of numbness, or D, have an overpowering effect on people. Succumbing and dependence. What do you think? When you think about the word succumb, somebody says succumb to their injuries. Yes, Janaya, the answer is correct. So when you say somebody has a dependence on something, or you succumb to injuries, it's like you have no power over that. When you hear in the news that they say somebody succumbed to their injuries, they died, they had no power over fighting this, right? They succumbed to their injuries, it's like their body gave up. They had no control. When you say somebody has a dependence on something, it's something that overpowers them. They don't feel like they have control. It has an overpowering effect on people. It doesn't inhibit development. It doesn't say anything particularly by that. When you say succumbing and dependence, it doesn't mean it's created by the users. And the numbness, that really is, that doesn't work here. So the answer is D. Number 41. So I hope you could use process of elimination to help you when it says you can't come across the answer, right? Because sometimes the answer can be very tricky. So number 41, the writer feels that deaths from cigarette smoking can best be minimized if, and we're going to go back up to that just to make sure, if A, governments institute new policies, B, countries have more creative health programs, C, individuals simplify their lifestyles in the area of health, or D, individuals make more personal choices about health programs. So this is deaths from cigarette smoking, right? So going back up, where do they talk about cigarettes? So they're saying, it starts here. So nothing illustrates these aspects more succinctly than smoking. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers are killed before their time by tobacco. Most would have lived on for another 5 to 30 years, the average being an extra 10 to 15. If they stopped smoking before they developed cancer or heart or lung disease, they would have averted the risk of dying from tobacco. Government policies can strengthen individual choice and prevent the growth of smoking habit. Restrictions on advertising and promoting cigarettes will reduce incentives to smoke. Raising the cost of cigarettes lowers consumption. Health education should promote a way of life free of smoking. This is particularly necessary in developed countries where there is minimal control on the promotion of the sale of cigarettes, right? And they went on, everything that they went on to say really is particularly about governments, right? So when we talk about, when we're looking at the answers here, they're really talking about what the governments can do. Governments, if they institute new policies against advertising, policies against the price of cigarettes, then, the habits would not be developed. So the answer here is A. So I want you, and I know it's hard when you're reading a lot, you have to scroll back. We've got to read it again. Yes, we have to read it again so that we would be sure that this is the answer. Even if it is your pressed for time, trust and believe in a multiple choice paper. It is better that you have a series of correct answers, although you may not have finished, than to have a complete paper and your answers are incorrect. Yeah? So we're almost to the end of this paper. After this, we just have one more passage. Yes, another one. And then we have the graphic representation and we're done, right? But let's finish up this section first. From paragraphs 1 and 2, lines 1 to 9, we may deduce or infer or guess that cancer is on the rise in developing countries, B, caused by excessive alcohol, drug, and cigarette use, C, most likely to cause death of people under the age of 60 years, or D, one major drawback to health programs in the developing countries. Let's go to paragraphs 1 and 2, lines 1 to 9. So 1 to 9, so we're going up until that. Industrialization has created a new set of intangible threats to health. These threats have presented themselves in socially accepted forms: the socially acquired glamour of cigarette smoking, the pleasures of alcohol, and the spurious release gained through drugs, which have resulted in many cases of heart disease, cancer, and debility. Since many developing countries are succumbing to these same habits and dependence, they lay themselves open to the same diseases. One can work by one rough rule of thumb, says Dr. H. Hans Lukop, chief statistician of the WHO's Global Epidemiological Surveillance and Health Situation Assessment. Once a country achieves a life expectancy at birth of 60 years, cancer rapidly moves up in the ranking of health problems and causes of death. So if your life expectancy at birth is 60 years, when you're expected to live up to 60, cancer rapidly becomes one of the health problems that you may encounter, or probably a cause of death, right? So what are they saying here? What is the answer? From paragraphs 1 and 2, lines 1 to 9, we can guess that cancer is A, on the increase in developing countries, B, caused by excessive alcohol, drug, and cigarette use, more likely to cause death of people under the age of 60 years, or D, one major drawback to health programs in developing countries, right? I remember in lines 1 to 9, they talked about developing countries, they lay themselves open to the same diseases, yes. But what they are saying is once a country achieves a life expectancy of birth at 60 years, cancer rapidly moves up in the ranking of health problems and causes of death, right? So what they're telling us here is, yes, they talked about developed countries, but we have to particularly pay attention to that life expectancy. So it is more likely to cause death of people under the age of 60 years. Yeah? So when we go back and we look at it, yes, they are saying since many developing countries are succumbing to the same habits and dependence, they're saying since many developing countries are succumbing or like they have that growing use of drugs and alcohol and cigarette smoking, they lay themselves open to those same diseases: cancer, heart disease, and debility. So that is not specific to cancer only. What is specific to cancer here in that paragraph is WHO did a surveillance and health assessment, situation assessment. Once a country achieves a life expectancy at birth of 50 years, cancer rapidly moves up in the ranking of health problems and causes death. That's included. Everything else pointed to developing countries are succumbing to the same type of lifestyle and dependence, same habits, the same smoking, the same drinking, the same drug use. So, and remember, those which have resulted in many cases of heart disease, cancer, and debility. So it lays themselves open to the same diseases, not just cancer, but heart disease and debility as well. So this is the only thing specific to cancer here, and that talks about life expectancy. So that gives you an idea of what the correct answer is. So that's what we have to look for. We have to look for the clues. So we can guess that cancer is more likely to cause death of persons under the age of 60 years. So your answer for 42 should be C. Yeah? Now, 43. In the extract, it is suggested that one reason people smoke is that cigarette smoking is it A, fashionable in modern society? Is it B, provides government with needed revenue? Is it C, provides release and relaxation for individuals? Or is it D, is it's promoted by numerous advertisements? So let's go up. I'm seeing a lot of different answers. So right, remember we talked about smoking in this area here. So right, they said government policies can strengthen individual choice and prevent the growth of the smoking habit. Restrictions on advertising and promoting cigarettes will reduce incentives to smoke Raising the cost of cigarette lowers consumption. Health and education should promote a way of life free of smoking. This is particularly necessary in developing countries where there's generally minimal control on the promotion and sale of cigarettes. So we see advertising and promotion here. Health education should promote here, and then there's generally minimal control on the promotion and sale of cigarettes. So what they are saying here is a lot of the issues that we're having is cigarettes are being promoted by numerous advertisements, right? So advertising and promotion of cigarettes is one thing. Then they say the sale of the promotion and sale of cigarettes here. And then they're talking about what health education should promote in pushback to what is being promoted already in mainstream, right? So the answer would be D for 43. Needs to push this up a little bit. No, don't worry. Just look for the clues and you will get it, right? Number 44, we may reasonably conclude from paragraph 4, lines 13 to 16, that A, most cigarette smokers die of cancer at a young age. B, about a quarter of all cigarette smokers develop cancer. C, that cigarette smoking is linked to cancer, heart, and lung diseases. Or D, the approximate lifespan of a cigarette smoker who has cancer is 45. Now we're going to go to paragraph 4, lines 13 to 16 and see what we could conclude. 13 to 16, right? So 13 will start here, 16. So it's this one little paragraph. So nothing illustrates these aspects more succinctly than smoking. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers are killed before their time by tobacco. Most would have lived on for another 5 to 30 years, the average being an extra 10 to 15 years. If they stopped smoking before they developed heart or lung disease, they could have averted the risk of dying from tobacco, right? So let's go back to number 44. We can conclude from that paragraph that most cigarette smokers die of cancer at a young age. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers develop cancer. That smoking is linked to cancer, heart, and lung disease, and the approximate lifespan of a cigarette smoker who has cancer is 45 years. Now, we know by process of elimination, they did not give us any age for anybody, so that part D is done, right? Let's go back up, and we have to read as many times as we need to. Nothing illustrates these aspects more succinctly than smoking. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers are killed before their time by tobacco. Most would have lived on for another 5 to 30 years, the average being an extra 10 to 15 years. If they stopped smoking before they developed cancer or heart or lung disease, they could have averted the risk of dying from tobacco. That entire paragraph tells us that smoking cuts your life short. It doesn't give us a statistic about how many of them develop cancer. It does say that it is linked to, they're saying that, where is it? If they stopped smoking before they developed cancer or heart or lung disease, they would have averted the risk of dying from tobacco. They said that, so it is linked to, cigarette smokers is linked to cancer, heart, and lung diseases, right? Most cigarette smokers die of cancer at a young age. Now, when you go back and you read it, where is it? Nothing else, right? They would have lived on for an extra. They did not say die of cancer. If they stopped smoking before they developed any of these, they could have averted the risk of dying from tobacco, dying from smoking, right? So what can we conclude here? I gave you all the details. What can we conclude here? So we know it's not B. We know it's not D. We looked at all the statistics. What is it? I want you all to get into the habit of process of elimination. Is it that most cigarette smokers die of cancer at a young age? Or is it that cigarette smoking is linked to cancer, heart, and lung diseases? You want me to go back again? How are we stumped? All right, let's go back one more time. So nothing illustrates these aspects more succinctly than smoking. About a quarter of all cigarette smokers are killed before their time by tobacco. They did not say cancer, by tobacco. Most would have lived on for another 5 to 30 years, the average being an extra 10 to 15 years. If they stopped smoking before they developed cancer or heart or lung disease, they could have averted the risk again of dying from tobacco, right? So yes, it will say that they die at a young age, but not from cancer. It could be from cancer, it could be from heart disease, or it could be from a lung disease, because these are all linked to cigarette smoking, which is the answer C. So you see how we go about getting the correct answer, guys? You all think that helps a little bit? Yeah. So it's just, we just have to go back. And that's why it's important to go back and read. We might feel like, oh God, this is taking too much time. But trust me, it's better that we have quality versus quantity. Because you could go through and get a whole lot of answers wrong and you complete your paper. But we could get most of the answers correct. And we didn't complete. Yeah? And it wouldn't be by much anyways if that was the case. The word prevents, as used in line 17, is closest to, in meaning to, is it restrict, stabilize, enhance, or eliminate? So the word prevent, is it closest in meaning to restrict, stabilize, enhance, or eliminate? Let's go to line 17. So this is line 17 here. Government policies can strengthen an individual choice and prevent the growth of smoking habits. So prevent the growth of smoking habits. In that way, it's definitely not going to be eliminate. It's not going to be enhance. It's definitely not going to be stabilized. So your answer is restrict. That's A. Yes, Janaya, you're correct. Rachel, how we get D, girl? We can't say eliminate, because as much as we want to think that
Miss, that was an
policies
error. I don't even know how I press. I don't even know how I press that. I'm sorry. Oh, that was my
Oh,
question before that I didn't send. Sorry.
okay, that's
That's
fine.
what happened. Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, so we have to just go back and read. I know it's a lot of reading, guys. This is paper, it's a lot of reading. What would have happened was, it was more grammar prior. What would have happened was paper 2, section B used to be 2 comprehension passages. So now that they would have taken that out and put expository writing, they would have increased the comprehension on this side. But God, they kill you all with passages. It's a lot. So number 46, in the last paragraph, lines 26 to 28, which of the following is not suggested as a way in which dangers to health can be reduced? Is it politicians becoming more responsible, governments implementing new policies, allocating funds adequately to policies, individuals altering patterns of living? We know we saw individuals altering patterns of living. We know we saw governments implementing new policies. Let's look at politicians becoming more responsible and allocating funds. Let's see if we find them, right? So we start from here. These will depend on 2 aspects: the personal choice made and the choices that are only possible if national policies and health strategies break new ground. We read this paragraph multiple times. We're not going to read that. Government policies can strengthen individual choice and prevent the growth of smoking habit. Restrictions on advertising and promoting cigarettes will reduce incentives to smoking. Rising the cost of cigarette lowers consumption. Health education should promote a way of life free of smoking. This is particularly necessary in developing countries where there is generally minimal control on the promotion and sale of cigarettes. Developing countries can ill afford the enormous burden of tobacco-related illnesses on health resources, which are already overstretched. Governments may be collecting taxes and buying jobs in the growing of tobacco and manufacture of cigarettes, but the cost of long-term medical care and inhumane suffering are premature and that is expensive. Some causes of ill health can be removed by political action and financial investment, but some brought about by the way people live can be removed by deciding to change their way of living. So we always talk about people changing their way of living. We talk about policies and we see political action and financial investment. So that is allocating funds. Therefore, the only thing that was not discussed was politicians becoming more responsible. So the answer here is A. Yeah, so we see how we have to go back and read, guys. You don't have a choice. It's a lot of reading, but we have to do it. So right, this is the last passage before the graphic representation. So music too loud, I can't study. We have to read that passage carefully and then answer items 47 to 54 on the basis of what is stated or implied. The editor, I just can't take it anymore. I just can't take the noise forced on me by a restaurant and bar located across the street. The noise is unbearable and I cannot concentrate on my studies. I'm writing the CSEC exams in May, June this year, and I must pass all my subjects. I'm attending a reputable girls' school and I want to make good grades to get into the CAPE class. I work hard and every report so far indicates that I'm an above average student. I want to make my mother proud. She's a hardworking woman, especially since my father passed away 2 years ago. We have been struggling to make ends meet without complaints. But I must complain now because the restaurant and bar is intent on frustrating my ambitions and the sacrifices my mother is making. I appreciate the help of the government in providing opportunities for education, but this is going to be futile unless it is possible to take full advantage of them. Can you imagine having to struggle with a math problem with thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums and everything in the house jumping up and down as if the place is haunted? Can you imagine speaking to a classmate about homework and you can't hear each other? Can you imagine stuffing cotton in your ears in order to get some sleep? Can you imagine trying to explain to your teacher that you didn't do your homework or that you sleep in class because of the noise coming from the restaurant and bar? The noise coming from this place is a serious obstacle that I am unable to overcome and I am seeking help in dealing with it. Can you imagine my mother and her 16-year-old daughter going into this place in the midst of riotous drinking to ask them to turn down the music because I want to study or just to get some sleep? I understand that residents have been calling the police, but the response has been ineffective. At the moment of writing this letter, Sunday 19th at 9:30 a.m., they are blasting away after going late into last night. Under the guise of Carnival, they will continue their merciless onslaught. From Carnival Friday right up until Ash Wednesday morning, they will continue non-stop. There will be total madness. All right, so let's look at the questions. I just can't take it anymore. Line 1 implies that the writer is it A, crying, B, shouting, B, arguing, C, shouting, or D, frustrated? Correct. The answer is
Frustrated.
Yes. Now this came already, yeah? I saw this at least twice. So this paper we're doing slowly. The next one's we're picking up the pace, right? Number 48, the sentence, I work hard and every report so far indicates that I'm an above average student. In line 5, suggests that is she boastful? Is she pleading? Is she about to fail her examination? Or does she want to sustain this performance?
C.
Correct, Janaya. D. She wants to sustain that performance. Number 49, the effect that is created by the repetition of I in the first paragraph can best be described as highlighting the writer's distress, arguments, impression, or misunderstanding. Now let's go back there and look at that a little bit because we probably would have missed that, right? So I just can't take it anymore. I just can't take the noise forced on me by a restaurant and bar located across the street. The noise is unbearable and I cannot concentrate on my studies. I am writing the CSEC exams in May, June this year, and I must pass all my subjects. I am attending a reputable girls' school and I want to make good grades to get into the CAPE class. I work hard and every report so far indicates that I am an above average student. So again, the effect that is created by the repetition of I in the first paragraph can be best described as highlighting the writers. Is it A, distress? Is it B, arguments? Is it C, impression? Or is it D, misunderstanding? I'm seeing somebody saying D. Anybody else? Any other? I'm seeing A. We're guessing at this point. All right. So when somebody is distressed, right? When we talk about distress, we are more or less talking about, you're going through mental suffering. But it doesn't necessarily mean that you're saying I, right? If it is somebody's arguing, you definitely may not use I all the time either. When we are talking about impressions, right? And I know we see that word in a different context. Sometimes it's an idea or feeling about something or somebody that especially one form without a conscious thought to the base, a little evidence, right? So definitely is not that, right? Or misunderstandings. I don't think there's any misunderstandings in terms of what they are saying here, right? They are talking about this is their experience, right? So it can't be that there's a misunderstanding. It's definitely not an impression that they form without collecting any evidence, because this is something that is really happening to them. They're not arguing back and forth with anybody. They are showing their distress. I'm distressed by this, right? So when they continuously, it's not particularly the how to put it, when you know, like when you ever sit down and you sort of rant to somebody, I fed up and I this and I that. That is what they mean. The repetition of that I creates that shows that distress. All right. So that is what they mean here. I need to move this up a little bit. Number 50. Which of the following language devices does the writer use most in paragraph 2 to explain her plight? Paragraph 2. I see you already have that answer. There were a lot of rhetorical questions in this. Paragraph 2 is that long. So is that can you imagine? Can you imagine? Can you imagine? So they would have used a slew of rhetorical questions. And even further on, when they said, can you imagine my mother and a 16-year-old daughter? So they would have used rhetorical questions to explain their flight. That's the most used device in the passage. Which of the following words best conveys the emotion the writer is seeking to arouse in the reader? What do they want you to feel? Now, remember when they're talking about the emotion that the writer wants you as the reader to feel. Is it that they want you to feel love, anger, horror, empathy? It's correct, empathy. She wants you to empathize with her in her situation. Lines 11 to 12, thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums. Is it an example of irony, hyperbole, or hyperbole, however you will say it, because people pronounce it differently, alliteration, or personification? Thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums. Do you all know all of these terms here? Do we know what irony means? I like to go over all of the literary devices. I don't know why, just that's the thing. But yeah, when we talk about irony here, it is more or less when you contrast something. So there's a big contrast between what actually is, what actually happens and what is expected. Hyperbole is an exaggeration. Alliteration, of course, is the repetition of consonant songs. Personification is when we have, when we give human traits to inanimate or inhumane, objects. So here, when somebody says thunderous noise bombarding your eardrums, it is definitely an exaggeration. So of course, it's not a thunderous noise. It may not be as big as thunder, but it's loud. So it can be comparable to that, I guess. Or in her mind, it's comparable to that, but it is an exaggeration nonetheless, right? So the answer here is B. Now, what effect does the writer achieve when she says, can you imagine my mother and a 16-year-old daughter going to this place in the midst of riotous drinking in lines 19 to 20? Yeah, guys, are you getting it? So what is the effect they're looking to achieve? You have to go. My mother and a 16-year-old daughter go into this place in the midst of riotous drinking. What is the effect that they are trying to achieve? Is it criticism for their actions going into a bar? Is it admiration from the reader for the woman's courage? Is it they're scorning the woman's behavior going into the bar into the bar, or is it surprise that the woman should hesitate to go to a bar? Rachel, yes, your answer is correct. It's admiration from the reader for her courage. Because you in the middle of people drinking, somebody can bust your face with a bottle, it could get crazy, it's riotous drinking, you know? So it's already a very hostile environment and you're going there to challenge them. Your music too loud. So that is bravery, yeah? So the answer is B. And then number 54, the last sentence of the passage expresses the view that the noise will become worse, carnival will be more festive, the writer will become more hysterical, the writer's mother will quarrel with the restaurant owner. Let's see, that last line says there will be total madness. So which one do you think it is? It's definitely the noise will become worse. Yes, Janaya, correct. Carnival will become more festive, yes. However, it means that noise is going to continue. It's going to be more noise. It's going to be worse for her, right? All right, let's look at this graphic representation and then we take a break. So body mass index. Body mass index, BMI, relates a person's weight to his or her height. Clinical researchers use the following guidelines regarding a person's BMI and the possible health risk. So we have a BMI category in this table. We have the health risk based solely on BMI. And then we have risk adjusted for the presence of other health conditions and or risk factors such as hypertension, diabetes, and heart attack, right? So if you have a BMI of 19 to 24, your health risk is minimal based on your BMI alone. But your risk for the presence of other health conditions is low. Now, if it says you have a BMI of 25 to 26, your health risk based on the BMI alone is low, but your risk for other conditions is moderate. If you have a BMI of 27 to 29, your health risk is moderate, but your risk for other health conditions is high. 30 to 34, your risk based on your BMI alone is high, but your risk for other health conditions is very high. And then 35 to 39 is very high based on your BMI, but with other conditions, it is extremely high, right? Now, this part has 6 questions, and it's solely related to this. So once you understand that table, it's very easy to answer this. So considering the BMI values only, which of the range suggests the lowest health risk? And we know the answer here would be the lowest one, which is 19 to 24, right? So the answer is A. Which BMI range is considered to have a moderate health risk when risk is adjusted? Which BMI range is considered to have a moderate health risk when risk is adjusted for other health conditions and risk factors? So they are saying they want to know which one has a moderate health risk when it comes to the other factors, not BMI only. Moderate. So you have to go back to the table, and when you look risk adjusted for persons for the presence of other health conditions, moderate is 25 to 26. You're not considering the BMI, right? So your answer here is B. Need to move this up a little bit. Right, number 57, Mr. Adams has a BMI of 32. Considering only his BMI, Mr. Adams' health risk can be categorized as, so let's see, he is 32. We're looking at only his BMI. So he's at 32, so he falls within here, right? So he would be considered high as his health risk. What we consider only his BMI. High, right? So the answer is B. Now, Mrs. Adams visited her doctor, who indicated that her BMI is in the range of 35 to 39. The doctor most likely suggested to Mrs. Adams that she has A, weakened immune system, B, an enhanced body muscle mass, C, an increased risk of having a heart attack, or D, a risk of being diagnosed with obesity and diabetes. So she's 35 to 39, right? So hypertension, diabetes, heart attack, right? Extremely high. So let's go back. The doctor most likely suggested that a decreased risk of being diagnosed, this is false. An increased risk of having a heart attack is the answer here, because it wouldn't be a weakened immune system, has nothing to do with it, and enhanced body mass has nothing to do with it. So the answer here is C. So we have to look to see, right? I think I read this as increased before, but it's decreased. Which of the following categories of persons would most likely use this information for their daily occupation? Is it teachers and educators? Is it architects and designers? Is it athletes and psychologists? Or is it nutritionists and dietitians? The answer is D. A nutritionist and a dietitian would be able to tell you based on your BMI, body mass index, right? It's based on your weight and stuff, right? If it says you are an athlete or a psychologist, it's definitely not going to look at your BMI. A psychologist is not going to look at your BMI. That's why athlete, yes, but a psychologist, no. Finally, the last question in this one. It took us 2 hours because I explained a lot. Public health campaigns might find the concept of BMI and its associated health risk important to communicate to the general population in order to A, encourage fat dieting, B, promote cosmetic surgery options, C, emphasize the importance of regular exercise, D, indicate individuals about potential health risks related to weight. You are based on process of elimination. We all know the answer is, thank you, Rachel, D. All right, guys, let's take a 10-minute break. We come back on at 6:10, and we're going to jump right into CSEC paper 1, January 2024. Right, where we will breeze through the answers very quickly. Remember, speed testing is also a big part of this. I want us to all be very much involved and try to get the answers in right away, right? We're still going to read the questions and everything too, because in this 1 hour and 30 minutes, I don't think they give us, I think they give us 10 minutes to answer. Yes, they give you some time to answer the question. So we'll start. So yeah, so let's take 10 minutes and we'll be back on shortly, okay? You all just mute your mics and I'll let you all, you will hear me when I'm coming back. Right, guys, I'm gonna step back again. All right, guys, so we are back. We are back. So we're just gonna jump right into this time. We're going a little faster, right? So I need everybody to chime in because remember, we are looking at speed testing as well. I want you all to see that this paper is not just doable and not that I'm just helping you get strategies, but I also want you to know that you can finish within the allotted period of time, right? So this paper, of course, it has the same instructions. You have 60 items, 30 minutes, the answer sheets. So we're not going to go through the instructions. However, I also want to stress that we have to read the instructions, not just for the beginning of the paper, but for each section. Because again, I said they are making changes to CXC all the time. Like I'm sure you would have seen that they are thinking about removing the SBA component, right? So all the time changes are being made, so we have to be mindful of that. So we need to read each section. So let's jump right into it. Everybody's back, right? So one thumbs up, please, so I know everybody's back. Let me get a thumbs up. Seeing a few people missing. Guys, are you back? All right, guys. All right, so let's jump into it now. So
Excuse me,
each
miss.
section, sorry?
Miss, are you sending the paper on the WhatsApp after?
Yes, if you all want me to send it, I can. That's not a problem.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. So, I forgot to pause the recording when I went on break. I'll do that next time. So, right, each sentence here has one word missing. We have to choose the best word to complete the meaning of the sentence. So, number one, he has been a staunch critic for better healthcare systems. So the poor. B, he has been a staunch suspect for better healthcare systems to the poor. He has been a staunch advocate for better healthcare systems to the poor, or a staunch performer for better healthcare systems to the poor. I think we all know the answer for that one. The answer is C. Yes, Shania, that's correct. So he's an advocate for better healthcare systems, right? Let me. All right. Still need to make that bigger. All right, good. Number two, ready-to-wear garments are sorted in great numbers off the racks in stores. Is it ready-to-wear garments are situated in great numbers off the racks in stores? Is it ready-to-wear garments are original in great numbers off the racks in stores? Is it ready-to-wear garments are available in great numbers off the racks in stores? Which one do you guys think it is?
Ms. D?
Correct. B is the answer. So ready-to-wear garments are available in great numbers off the racks in stores. All right. Number three, the students of the different year groups said they elected the title of most loved teacher on Miss Rogers. Is it that the students of different year groups said they conferred the title of most loved teacher on Mr. Rogers, sorry. Is it the students of different year groups say they amended the title of most loved teacher on Mr. Rogers? Or is it that the students of different year groups said they fabricated the title of most loved teacher on Mr. Rogers? Tanisha is saying the answer is B. Do you all agree with Tanisha? Thumbs up. And I see any thumbs up. You all do agree with Tanisha? So what is the answer if it's not conferred? The answer is B. It's conferred, right? Conferred here, to confer something would mean to grant. That's when you're giving somebody a title or a benefit or a right. Yeah. But if we are using the process of, like they did, when you confer, you give some, you discuss with someone to make a decision officially, like to give a title. If you are electing someone, that might be the closest to work. But when you look at the when you look at the preposition that follows on, they elected on. You can't elect on someone, right? Then amended would be to change, fabricate. It means to make up. You can't make up the title on Mr. Rogers. It doesn't make sense. So fabricated and amended would already be out. Elected may have worked if the preposition again didn't give it away. So conferred would be the answer here for using the process of elimination. And I want you all to start thinking of it like that, right? And but we're moving faster, so we're going. They were told not to hinder the cost of repairing the building, launch the cost of repairing the building, weaken the cost of repairing the building, or disclose the cost of repairing the building. What do we think it is? Tanisha says D. So did Rachel and Janaya. That's correct. They were told not to disclose the cost of repairing the building. Hinder would not work here, launch would not work here, weaken does not work here, right? Number 5, there are many who would try to, isn't this a repeat question, guys? Right, so we know it's towards the effort. So we see one question repeated already, and you're going to see a lot of that. All right, 6 to 10. Some of the following sentences are unacceptable. Now, this is a different section from what we would have seen, and this comes often as well. Some of the following sentences are unacceptable because they contain errors. No sentence contains more than one error. Now, a lot of people get confused with this because of what they're asking in terms of the options. The best thing to do is go back and read which one each time because you're going to get confused, right? Don't try to remember it, just go back and read it. So some of the following sentences are unacceptable because they contain errors. No sentence contains more than one error. Some of these sentences are acceptable as they stand. On the answer, she chose the one option that best describes, this is January 2024. Right, on the answer, she chose the one option that best describes the sentence as follows. So if you select A, it means that the sentence is too wordy or repetitive, or it contains redundancies. B, if you select B, it means that the sentence contains cliches or misused metaphors. So remember what a cliche is. And I want you all to please remember it, please. When you say a cliche is an overused phrase, it's so heavily used that it's lost its original meaning. So when we say time heals all, or you never miss the water till the well runs dry, or easy as pie, right? Phrases like that, damsel in distress, those kind of phrases, those are cliches. When we say a metaphor is misused, the comparison not really making sense, yeah? So remember, metaphors are comparisons that do not use like or as. Sometimes people misuse metaphors. You compare it to something that really don't need to compare, have no commonalities there. Of course, incorrect grammar speaks for itself, right? When we talk about something is faulty in diction, when we say diction in language, right, we are talking about the choices of words or speech, the clarity, right? So sometimes it's a vocabulary, sometimes it is, like when you use slang. So when we look at that, that's what we talk about with diction, right? If you can't really understand what the person is trying to say, it's not articulated properly, it means your diction is faulty. And if you select D, it means that the answer is acceptable as it is. So number 6, they were told to collaborate together to produce the project. What is the error here? Is it yes, Rachel? It's A. So collaborate together. Collaborate already means to work together. So to say to collaborate together is repetitive or redundant. It's too easy. So the answer here is A. I'm just going to put an A right next to here. Right. B, in some traditional wedding ceremonies, money is thrown at the bride and groom. In some traditional wedding ceremonies, money is thrown at the bride and groom. Correct. Z. There's no error here. Number 8. Disgusted with the situation, he decided to jump into the saddle and put down his foot. Definitely B. They're all over the place for that, with them cliches. Number 9. Each of the children have an appointment with the principal. Each of the children have an appointment with the principal. Why is it C, Travis? Can you explain? Anybody who told me C, I want you to explain.
Miss has.
Yes, when we are talking
Each of
about
children
each
has.
one, each is singular. Even if we're talking about a group, once I say each,
Each
we're talking
is
singular.
singular.
So the verb has to also be singular. And have is plural. So we gotta use has. Thank you very much, Rachel. Number 10, he advanced a step or two to meet, and this one comes all the time. I fed up see this one. He advanced a step or two to meet his attacker, who suddenly became alarmed and retreated back 4 or 5 paces. Yes, the answer is A. It's repetitive, repeated back. As like reverse back. People like to say that way. So that's 6 to 10. Now, 11 to 15, some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of the inappropriate grammar, idiom, or vocabulary. Remember, we did these. What did we say idiom was? I want to make sure you all remember. You all remember what idiom is already? Like break a leg. Remember that? It doesn't have a literal meaning. So, let us see. Some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one inappropriate element. Select one underlined part that is inappropriate and choose the corresponding letter A, B, C. If the sentence is acceptable, as it stands, choose D. The doctor's attempts to resuscitate the patient were futile. The doctor's attempts to resuscitate a patient were futile. I'm seeing Janaya saying A. Janaya, is that for that one or is that an O one? Seeing Rachel saying A.
No, miss, that's for hold on.
Okay. Amanda saying A. Yes, it is A. Because the apostrophe is in the wrong place. The doctor's attempts. So that's one doctor. So that is apostrophe S. Yeah? So the answer here is A. Number 12, if Antonio's attitude changes, there will be a vast improvement in his performance. If Antonio's attitude changes, there will be a vast improvement in his performance. Yes, Rachel and Travis, the answer is B. This is the there as an ownership, but it's supposed to be there as in T-H-E-R-E. Remember, this is they're heavy on vocabulary in this section apparently, so you'll look for that, right? You're doing great. One of the admirable characteristics of the young is that they are not easily scared. Do we see any errors here? One of the admirable characteristics of the young. I'm seeing all kinds of answers. Okay, I want somebody to explain. Travis, is that B for number 12 or is it number 13? 12, okay. Janaya, YA, what's wrong with characteristics?
Miss, they said one of the admirable characteristics, I believe one meaning one characteristic.
One of many? They're saying one out of the many admirable characteristics. So the characteristics is fine there. Amanda is saying B. So right, it's correct because they're saying one out of many characteristics. So that is correct. And of the young is, and the verb refers to the one of the admirable character. That's correct. Easily is fine. So the answer here is no error D.
B.
Number 14, since too much passengers were in the taxi, the policeman issued a ticket to the driver.
A. Many.
Sorry?
Too many. A.
Too many.
many.
It's a countable noun. Passengers are countable noun, so you don't have to put much. Much is for like liquids, like that. So it's too many, not too much. All right, number 15. As John listened to the lesson being taught, he began to lose interest. Yes, see, that's loose, not lose. So the spelling is incorrect. I think you're all good, man. You all are good. We're moving quickly. Item 16 to 20. Each sentence, in this section has one word underlined. Choose from the 4 suggested answers the word which is the closest to opposite in meaning to the underlined word. So we're looking for antonyms. She paid meticulous attention to her work as she attached the beads to the costume. Yes, Rachel, that's scant. The meticulous means careful. So you're paying careful or detail or, particular attention to the work. All of these here, detail, cautious attention, these could more work on meticulous. Scant is the one that shows that she hardly paid attention. Number 17, they lived in a large, sprawling modern house in a very remote area of the parish. What is the opposite of remote? Yes, it would be B here. Historic doesn't have anything to do with remote. Well kept. The opposite of well kept would more be dirty. Depressed. That doesn't work either. Built up. Remember, remote is like countryside. It's far off, if it is, but actually no, remote just means it's far away. Most times you would see, they would talk about more like a countryside kind of thing. So it would be when an area is remote, they don't really have much buildings or anything going on. It's not very developed. But when you have an area that is not remote, it's more talking about an urban area that's built up, an area that's highly populated, right? Number 18, James has a hatred for things that crawl. So we know right now the opposite of that would be fondness. It's very easy, B. All right, this one is a giveaway question. Number 19, the views expressed by Mr. Jones. Have you all heard that before? So we see how the question repeats itself, right? So the views expressed by Mr. Jones were inconsistent with those of the committee. Remember, we said compatible because we were talking about when we were talking about when we're looking at views and the agreements of people, it would be compatible, right? Next. The airline conveyed the new flight information to the passengers. Yes, because if you're conveying or sharing the new flight information, the opposite of that would be holding it back, withholding it, or keeping it. All right. Items 21 to 25. Revise each of the following sentences according to the directions that follow it. Do not change the meaning of the original sentence. You'll know this is your favorite section, huh? Look at the options A to D for the word or phrase that best suits the revised sentence and mark a choice on the answer sheet. So I saw the 2 men jogging around the savannah and they later proved to be Olympic track stars. Now we are to begin the sentence with the 2 men. And remember, we have to sometimes complete the sentence because it will not give us the whole thing, right? So again, the original sentence is, I saw 2 men jogging around the savannah and they later proved to be Olympic track stars. And you're now saying the 2 men, I know I'll give you the answer if I say that. I'm seeing A, I'm seeing D. Rachel, is that A is from the last one or is it?
Saying D for now.
Oh, it's right. I'm seeing a lot of D's. I want to know why. Y'all are correct. I'm just teasing. The 2 men whom I saw jogging around the savannah later proved to be Olympic track stars. I see some people putting that. I understand because a lot of people make that mistake. And I'm trying to think about how best to describe it. When we talk about that, we're more referring to things. When we talk about whom, it refers to people functioning as the object of verb. So the two men whom I saw, right? So the two men is what you would be seeing. They are the object of the verb, and you can use whom. But when we use that, we're targeting things, objects, ideas, maybe groups, but not it's never specific to people, yeah, or individual people. So please keep that in mind, right? So the answer here is C. Number 22, the cricket match ended abruptly when many spectators stormed the field. This question comes all the time. I don't know why you like this question so much. The cricket match ended abruptly when many of the spectators stormed the field. Now you are to begin the sentence without changing the meaning. Many of the spectators stormed the field, and the answer would now be. Remember we talked about remember look at what they're asking you to change. We're saying two conjunctions and we're seeing two verbs. So many of the spectators stormed, and we did not see any verb similar to any of they had here. So that is definitely the conjunctions we're changing. So the cricket match ended abrupt. Many of the spectators stormed the field. So the cricket match ended abruptly. Yes, Rachel, that's correct. Why? Remember when we have coordinating conjunctions, right? We are joining two independent clauses. So the cricket match ended abruptly. Many of the spectators stormed the field, right? So one shows it coordinates, one coordinates to the others, and it shows coordination of time. This happened due to this happening, and it shows when it happened, right? But this one is showing a consequence. The same coordination, same independent clauses. So you're going to use a coordinating conjunction. So would say, right? So the answer is E. Let me move this up a little. All right. During my time at school, does that sound familiar, guys? Yes. During my time at school, I was involved in extracurricular activities. I was involved in extra activities while I was in school. Yeah? So you see how the questions repeat itself. I'm certain you all are going to tell us in the chat tomorrow that all the questions repeat itself. Now, you all, I want you to be mindful. We are always excited to share our answers and what we talked about after the exam ends. Please be mindful that we are 1 hour ahead of Jamaica because last year we would have given away answers before they walked into the exam. So let's be mindful of that, please. Okay. Number 24, we visited the zoo and then we went to see the display at the museum in the city. We are now to begin the sentence with we went to see the display at the museum in the city. And what goes after that? Look at the clues here, guys. We visited the zoo and then we went to the city. We went to the display at the museum in the city.
After?
No. Look at it. Look at the clue, guys. Look at the clue. Look at the clue. Read it again. So we visited the zoo, and then after the zoo, we went to see the display at the museum in the city. So now we're beginning the sentence with when we went to see the display in the city, at the museum in the city.
Before we visited the zoo?
Before, no. Is it before? Yeah. No. Just now. Just now. Right. We visited the zoo and then we went to see right. So the zoo was first and the museum was after. Ooh, I had a little brain freeze there, guys. Sorry. So we went to see the display at the museum in the city after. You were correct. After we visited the zoo. I had a little brain fog there. So the answer is A. Number 25. I enjoy having a room of my own and I try hard to take care of it. Now you have to begin the sentence with I try to take care of my room You'll tell me what comes next. What conjunction would say? Yes, you all are giving me the correct answer. Since I enjoy having a room of my own. So you see, it becomes a little easier the more you get the hang of it, right? But it's just looking to see what are we changing? Is it a conjunction? Is it a coordinating or a subordinating conjunction? Is it the verb? Is it a sequence? So you look at those things, right? Number 26. So you see how fast we went through grammar. We came back on at 6:10, and then we still read the instructions. And I did explain here and there. So let's say the first 15 to 20 minutes, we completed that whole part. So I see it's not bad. Now, this is a poem from the world of poetry. So we're supposed to be a little familiar, a little bit. I don't know. Read the following poem carefully and answer items 26 to 25 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Now, I know this section is what's going to slow us down a little bit. So we read and we use the technique, we toggle back and forth. It's going to take a little time, but we get the hang of it. So forgive my guilt, not always sure what things false sins may be. I am sure of one sin I have done. It was years ago and I was a boy. I lay in the frost flowers with a gun. The air ran blue as flowers. I held my breath. Two birds on golden legs, slim as dream things, ran like quicksilver on the golden sand. My gun went off. They ran with broken wings into the sea. I ran to fetch them in, but they swam with their heads high out to sea. They cried like two sorrowful high flutes with jagged ivory bones where wings should be. For days I heard them when I walked the headland, crying out to their kind in the blue. The other plovers were going over south on silver wings, leaving those broken too. The cries went out one day, but I still hear them. Over all the sounds of sorrow in war or peace I have ever heard, time cannot drown them. Those slender flutes of sorrow never cease. Two airy things forever denied the air. I never knew how their lives at last were split, but I have hoped for years. All that is wild, airy, and beautiful will forgive my guilt. So just a footnote, headland. I walk that headland. Headland is a narrow piece of land jutting out to the sea. Right? So let's read the questions, and of course we go back and forth as we need to. The title of the poem, Forgive My Guilt, suggests that the poet is denying his guilt, proving his guilt, admitting his guilt, or suppressing his guilt. Which one is it? I'm seeing B, I'm seeing C. We don't prove guilt, we admit it. We prove guilt if somebody's guilty and they're not admitting the guilt. But he is, so you can't prove your own guilt, you have to admit your guilt. So the answer here is C, right? Number 27, the phrase the air ran blue as the flowers, line 5, is an example of, let's go up to line 5. The air ran blue as the flowers. Is it a pun? Is it a metaphor? Is it a hyperbole? Is it an alliteration? I'm seeing question marks. I'm seeing all kind of different things. Why is it an exaggeration? Why are you saying it's an exaggeration? I'm seeing metaphor as well. I want somebody to tell me. So the thing about this is, um, it's a comparison. A pun is not a comparison. It's a joke. Exaggeration is not a comparison. Alliteration is not a comparison. The air and blue should be a metaphor, but they are using as. So really, in theory, it is a simile. However, that is not an option here. That's crazy, right? But things like that happen in a scenario like this because it is a comparison. I would say to just put it, again. I would say to just put it as metaphor because, hear me out. They are
That's a
comparing
metaphor.
the, sorry,
I said a metaphor could be, but I didn't see an answer set up of B was on.
it is a comparison, but it's not a metaphor. It's a simile because a metaphor is a comparison where we say one thing is the other. If they say the air was the flowers, or the flowers was the air, whatever the case is. A metaphor usually says one thing is the other when you're comparing the two, but when you have a simile, you use as or like. So really it is a simile, but because no other device here is a comparison, I would say put it as a metaphor. Yeah. However,
Yes, but it's really a simile.
some people argue and say the pun is between the words air and airy, because airy means light and beautiful, and air refers to the sky and flying, but that is not what they are telling you in line 5, right? The air and blue as flowers. If we went here, airy, the airy things in the air, I could understand that. So I say, yeah, this doesn't, it definitely, none of them are correct, to be quite frank with you. So yeah, I would just put a metaphor, but to be honest, this is not a metaphor. So yeah, generally I have a problem with saying that something is something that it's not, but for all intents and purposes, I would probably select metaphor and put comparison next to it. And then put simile. I don't know. That's just me. So right, number 28. The tone of the poem changes from one of factual recollection to one of emotional response. So he is thinking back at what actually happened back then based on what he remembers or factual recollection. And then he becomes emotional at some point. And they want to know which line does that change occur. So let's go back up there asking if it's lines 8, 10, 11, or 14. So let's go back and reread. And we go up to line 14 in the interest of time. And you will tell me where you think it changed, right? So, not always sure what things called sins may be. I am sure of one sin I have done. It was years ago, and I was a boy. I lay in the frost flowers with a gun. The air ran blue as flowers. I held my breath. 2 birds on golden legs, slim as dream things, ran like quicksilver on the golden sand. My gun went off. They ran with broken wings. Into the sea I ran to fetch them in, but they swam with their heads high out to sea. They cried like 2 sorrowful high flutes, with jagged ivory bones where wings should be. For days I heard them when I walked that headland, crying out to their kind in the blue. Where does it change from factual recollection, where he's just remembering facts, to where it becomes emotional? You will think it's line 8, line 11. Which one's option to give us? Is line 8, line 10, line 11, or line 14? Let me see if I could put a little drawing here.
Line 14.
This is line 8, 1, 2, 3. Yes, this is line 8. This is line 10, as you know. This is line 11. And this is line 14. Where do you guys think it got emotional? Remember, he started remembering all the facts of this one incident that took place. And then at some point, the language will tell you that it gets emotional. You will see it. The language will tell you when it gets emotional. You're getting it. 11. So when you are stating facts, it's similar to when you're writing expository versus when you're writing a narrative. If you're writing expository, you're talking about a factual information. It's like he's reporting what he would have done. So the language is not at all emotional or descriptive or anything like that, right? So after he said he ran into the sea to catch them and they swam with their heads high out to sea, from that time when he starts to discuss, when that simply jumping, they cried like two sorrowful high flutes. This is where it stops being factual recollection and it becomes emotional for him, right? So line 11 is the answer here. So I want you all to take that into consideration, take those things into consideration. Number 29, what effect does the change of the tone from factual recollection to emotional response produce? When we say what is the change of tone, remember there is what does it, when we say tone, we're talking about the author's, the poet's attitude, the speaker's tone, attitude, how they feel about the content. So he changes from this factual recollection to an emotional response. What effect does that have? Is it dramatic? Is it a contrast in mood? Is it a heightening of action? Is it sympathy towards the person? What does that change create? Remember, the mood is the emotion that the reader feels, and the tone is what the author, the attitude the author has towards what they are talking about. By process of elimination, it's definitely not a dramatic result. It is not a heightening of action, right? The sympathy is not towards the poet. Remember, the sympathy is not going to be about the person. It's going to be for the victim. Remember, the victim are the birds here. So when they start saying they cried like two sorrowful high flutes, you wouldn't feel sympathy for the poet because he's the person who is committing the crimes against the victim. So the sympathy would not be towards the person. So by process of elimination, the contrast would be in mood. It changes the mood. Imagine you are reading. Well, I'm not imagining, we are reading it. So when we start reading, he is saying of an experience, and then suddenly he comes to that part, they cried like two sorrowful high flutes. And you go from the mood in the beginning was, I wouldn't say, it definitely wasn't cheerful, but the mood was, it was calm, pretty much. It was a calm mood. Because he's just there describing an experience that he had. So it was calm, everybody's calm. There's no type of emotion particularly that comes up. And then from the time he starts saying they cried like too sorrowful, the emotion, the person now starts to feel, if you want to say sad, if you want to feel enraged, people respond differently to different things. So I can't say what your mood is going to be when you read the poem. So like, I am the type of person, I rarely ever get sad. I get angry before I get sad. If I get sad, it's something really sad. Yeah, so while I might get angry, but he shoot the birds. Somebody else might say, oh God, this is so sad. But the mood changes. It shows a contrast in mood, right? Number 30. The following words in the poem all share the same connotation. Is it? It's sorrowful, crying, broken. All those words show the same type of connotation, right? Which of the following phrases in the poem share a similar connotation to these words? So the sorrowful, crying, broken. What makes, guys, I don't know why I hate this poem. I actually like it. Which of the phrases have that same sorrowful, crying, that broken? Which one carries that same type of connotation? Is it their heads high? Is it jagged ivory bones? Is it walk the headland? Is it two airy things? So when you say sorrowful, crying, broken, those things really carry a sadness to it, right? It creates that kind of sad mood. And when you read the others, their heads high, it doesn't carry that sadness. As a matter of fact, he ran out to sea to catch them, but their heads are high going towards the sea. That shows pride. I ain't going down like no punk. Yeah? Walking the headline has nothing to do with anything. So airy things is speaking of how majestic they are, right? But the jagged ivory bones, where wings once were. That's really sad. Yeah? So you all are getting the answers B here. don't know why you keep moving. All right, all of the phrases in the poem describe physical characteristics of the two birds except, so slim as dream things, ran like quicksilver, slender flutes of sorrow, wild, airy, and beautiful. Which of them does not describe physical characteristics? I'm seeing C, I'm seeing C. All right. Guys, Carl, what you say? I'm curious, because I know he's getting mad every time you get something wrong. All right. So let's look at it again. All of the following phrases in the poem describe physical characteristics of the two birds. Physical, right? Like body type. Slim as dream things. We know that is physical. Ran like quicksilver. That describes movement. Slender flutes of sorrow. Although they're describing the sound as well, they're saying a slender flute of sorrow. So that is also physical. Wild, airy, and beautiful, right? Airy is more or less like a pun. Airy as in they're in the air, they fly around. But so when we say, so airy means light and beautiful, and airy, they also flying in the sky, right? So airy here means light and beautiful, airy and beautiful. So their physical characters, they're beautiful, they're wild, they're airy. Once you see beautiful, then that's a physical description. So we get there. So we have slim as dream things, slender, and beautiful. Those lines all have physical characteristics. However, ran like quicksilver describes their movement, but it does not describe their physical characteristics. You understand? So somebody, they could say she's slender, but if they say she saunters across the room, they're not talking about her body, they're talking about her movement. Yeah? So we have to be careful with that. Number 32, the writer uses the phrase deny the air.
Sorry, what was the answer? B?
It was B, ran like quicksilver. That describes the movement, but not a physical characteristic.
Okay.
Number 32, the writer uses the phrase deny the air in line 21 to suggest that the birds did not care to fly, could not breed, were unable to fly, or were being monitored. Let's go to line 21, right? So those two slender flutes of sorrow never cease. Two airy things forever denied the air. Two airy things forever deny the air. And that is the clue there. Remember, they only use the phrase deny the air, but they left out two airy things. Yeah? So what is it here? Correct, it's that they're unable to fly. Yeah? Because if it was just deny the air by themselves, you know, they were shot and deny the air, couldn't breathe. But airy things, deny the air gives it away, right? One could have assumed it was the other if that part wasn't included in that line. Why is this moving? Which of the following moods is suggested in lines 11 to 24? Again, the mood is what you feel as a reader when you're reading this, right? It's what emotions come up while you read. So which of the following mood is suggested in lines 11 to 24? Let's look at that first and then we'll know which mood it is. So 11 to 24. 11 starts from they cried like high sorrowful flutes to the end of the poem, right? So let me read it. They cried like two sorrowful high flutes with jagged ivory bones where wings should be. For days I heard them when I walked that headland, crying out to their kind in the blue. The other plovers were going over south on silver wings, leaving those broken too. The cries went out one day, but I still hear them. Over all the sounds of sorrow in war or peace, I have ever heard, time cannot drown them. Those slender flutes of sorrow never cease. Two airy things forever deny the air. I never knew how their lives at last were split, but I have hoped for years. All that is wild, airy, and beautiful will forgive my guilt. So let's see. I'm seeing Taniqua saying C. Shania saying C. Which of the following moods is suggested in line 11 to 24? Is it critical? Is it indifferent? Is it sympathetic? Is it lighthearted? It's definitely sympathetic here. All else does not apply because if they are speaking of something that is sad, something that is happening to creatures, they would want your sympathy. There's nothing to critique here. To feel indifferent would be at a find some psychologist for you all to talk to. And lighthearted, definitely not that. All right, so sympathetic. The main theme of the poem here is A, remorse of conscience, B, the death of two birds, C, forgiveness for a sin, or D, sin committed. What do we think is the main theme here, the main one? There's more than one theme.
Is it to scroll up a bit, please? Let me just see the last part of the story.
The last part of the poem.
Yeah. Okay, hold up there. Hold up, let me see. You go too fast.
It's on the poem itself. You seen it?
Yeah, well, I want to see the below it.
Oh,
Okay.
so guys, when we talk about team, you all remember what a team is? Now, there's always some confusion with team, right? Why? Because sometimes when we speak about literature, people either say that the theme is a central underlying message. Some people say it's the main idea, or recurring concept. To be honest, it is all of those. But it's sometimes you have to be mindful of what they're asking you for. It could be the main idea or it could be the underlying message. In this case, it is the main idea. It is the main idea in this case. Because, of course, I mean, even if you think about what the message is, right? What would be the message? What is the poet trying to tell us in the story of this boy who's recalling, who's recollecting an incident where he shot some birds and he's carrying guilt? What is the message really?
It's remorse unconscious.
Yeah, he's guilty. He feels guilty. He carries that guilt with him, right? Even if it just really was a message, you would say, sometimes simple things in life or things that you would do as a young boy would really still haunt you, right? So the main thing, the main idea here, because other themes will come up as death, or if you're just looking at the main idea, it'd be like death, violence against animals, different things. But the main theme here, centrally, what is being spoken about is how he feels about the act that he has committed. Hence the title, Forgive My Guilt. His conscience still weighs heavy because of what would have happened back then. So he has remorse, right? So the answer here is A.
Okay.
Number 35. So which of the following sentences does the poem most appeal? So we know the 5 sentences is always referred to when we are writing literature, right? So let's look at the poem one more time because you have to go back and read it in this instance and see which of the 5 senses are applied here. They don't have taste, so it's only 4 we're looking at: sight, touch, smell, and hearing, right? So let's go back and look. Not always sure what things called sins may be. I am sure of one sin I've done. It was years ago when I was a boy. I lay in the frost flowers with a gun, frost flowers, sight. The air ran blue as flowers, sight. I held my breath, right? 2 birds on golden legs, slim as dream things, sight again. Ran like quicksilver on the golden sand. My gun went off, hearing. They ran with broken wings, sight again into the sea. I ran to fetch them in, but they swam with their heads high out to sea, sight. They cried like 2 sorrowful high flutes, hearing, with jagged ivory bones where wings should be, sight. For days I heard them hearing, crying to their kind and blue, hearing. Other plovers were going over south side on silver wings, leaving those broken too. Sight, the cries went out one day, but I still hear them hearing over all of the sounds. So sight and hearing is repeated, right? So we know sight and hearing is option C. So there we go. So this is why it's important to go back and read. I know it can be a little time consuming, but it's best that we get the answers correct, right? Now let's go on to the passage. Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 36 to 44 on the basis of what is stated or implied. The sisters. Over the years, Martha had sent many warm and friendly messages to Elana, inviting her to visit Laura, and assuring her that she'd always be welcome. But her prodigal sister never replied. From time to time, however, traders brought news that Elana's marriage to Iyaku had been blessed with 2 sets of twins, that Iyaku had succeeded and his father as ruler of that Iyaku had succeeded his father as ruler of the kingdom of horses. And I think it's foreign, because the age looking weird. And that their marriage was a stormy one. For a long time, there was no further news until one day a traveler told Queen Martha that Iyaku had been thrown by a wild horse and had broken his back. That Elana had lost both her beauty and mind after shouting day and night and day, that the kingdom of wild horses was a cursed one. She had escaped from her keepers. They searched high and low for her, but she had vanished without a trace, the traveler said, shaking his head sadly. The queen immediately summoned Leha and ordered her to send search parties to all of the countries bordering the kingdom of wild horses. Go to the ends of the earth if you have to, but bring my sister back to Hora. Is that a H or L? I guess it would have been a capital letter, so that's what I'm saying it's definitely a H. Whoever finds her will be amply rewarded. Queen Martha said to the trackers, traders, and interpreters from Leha had been recruited. Queen Martha said to the trackers, traders, and interpreters whom Leha had recruited. But after years of futile searching, the search parties returned one by one and reported that they had found no trace of Elana. It's as if your sister has vanished from the face of the earth, Leha said. I hear you, Queen Martha said, and yet I feel in my bones that she's still alive. Leha had led one of the search parties, and when she returned, her hair was streaked with grey, and age had mapped her rough-hewn face with lines as delicate as spiderwebs. The first time that Leha stepped into the audience room to report about her travels to distant places in search of Elana, she was both surprised and pleased to see how Queen Martha had aged. When the eyes made 4, the smiling Leha said to herself, it's as if her face had beaten very gently against the years, for she could see quite clearly how time had changed what was once an ugly countenance into a beautiful one. When a shaft of sunlight touched the cloud of white hair on the queen's head, it had become luminous, and a welcoming smile lighting up her dark face lifted Leha's spirits and made her heart sing. And somehow all the hardships she had endured traveling across parched savannas, through densely wooded valleys, over mountains and down turbulent rivers were forgotten. So, we know that the story is about a queen who had ordered a search party to look for her sister, who was estranged from her after inquiring and finding out that her husband had died tragically after being thrown from a horse. And she went mad, claiming that the kingdom was cursed. Her sister too was head of a kingdom, just like her, but she vanished without a trace. And after years of her party searching, although they did not find her, I guess if you want to say her lead person, Leha, her lead person, she came back years later and, watching the queen and feeling welcome back or whatever, it lifted her spirit and made her forget all the hardships traveling and searching for her sister. All right? So the first 2 sentences of the passage suggested that the relationship between the sisters was either strained, forgiving, aggressive, or affectionate. Let's look at the first 2 sentences. Over the years, Martha had sent many warm and friendly messages to Elana, inviting her to visit Hora and assuring her that she'd always be welcome. But the prodigal sister never replied. So their relationship was, thank you, Janaya, it was strained. A. Number 37, their marriage was a stormy one in lines 4 to 5 implies that it was unpleasant, it was fraught with difficulty, they got married on a stormy day, they didn't always see eye to eye. Now let's go back and to that line, lines 4 to 5. From time to time, however, traders brought news that Ilana's marriage to Iyaku had been blessed with 2 sets of twins, that Iyaku had succeeded his father as ruler of the kingdom of horses, and that their marriage was a stormy one. Which one is? By process of elimination, which one is out? Sure, it's already bad. Which one you know it definitely cannot be it?
C.
C.
C. They
Because
definitely
C,
didn't get
you
married on a
see.
stormy day, right? Now I'm seeing some people.
Must the
Oh, you
answer
want me
is
to read it
D.
over? Let me read it over. Let's do this again. From time to time, however, traders brought news that Elena's marriage to Iyaku had been blessed with 2 sets of twins, that Iyaku had succeeded his father as ruler of the kingdom of horses, and that their marriage was a stormy one. So I read it over. I'm seeing they didn't always see eye to eye, but we know it wasn't oh, I wasn't supposed to add. Somebody just came on and I'm just seeing a Zoom just now. Zoom user. Hi, person who is Zoom user, can you identify yourself, please? Because we need to ensure the safety and security of everybody online. And you need to identify yourself. I'll have to remove you. I'm sorry. You can type if you can't speak. Okay. If you're coming back in, you'd have to rename, all right? Yeah, guys. Okay, so I guess that person will come back on with a regular name. All right, so let's do process of elimination. By saying that their marriage was a stormy one, I don't think even if somebody, I mean, nobody always sees eye to eye, even like best friends, even in marriages, nobody sees eye to eye all the time. You will always have difficulties. That doesn't mean that your marriage is stormy. So that's definitely out. They got married on a stormy day. Definitely out, right? It was fraught with difficulty, or it was unpleasant. Which one do you think it is there? When you say fraught, they mean like it's filled with, right? So it's filled with difficulty. They had a lot of difficulties. So they either had a lot of problems or it was an unpleasant relationship. I mean, it can't be completely unpleasant. They said their marriage was blessed with, let's go back up. Their marriage was blessed with 2 sets of twins. Iyaku had succeeded his father as ruler of the kingdom, and that their marriage was a stormy one. Right? So it wasn't unpleasant, but when they say stormy, think about a storm, right? Storms eventually clear, it comes back, stormy day. When you say a stormy day, is trying to figure out how to explain this. But basically, there were a lot of difficult times, right? So the answer here is B. Now, number 38, the instruction, go to the ends of the earth, implies that they should search. Is it every accessible land, the kingdom of wild horses, over mountains, down rivers, through densely wooded areas or valleys, sorry. What does this What does the phrase go to the ends of the earth mean? Yes, every accessible land, A. Number 39, the literary device using the phrase as delicate as spider webs in line 19. Exactly, Janaya. I don't think anybody can get this one wrong. It's a simile, as delicate as spider webs. Once we see a comparison using like or as, we know it's a simile. The writer implies that Leha was, let's go up again and see. Leha was, that's the start. I see in B. I don't know if it's, let's go back up again, right? Where do we start by? The queen immediately summoned Leha and ordered her to send search parties to all of the countries bordering the kingdom of wild horses. Go to the ends of the earth if you have to, but bring my sister back to Horror. Whoever finds her will be amply rewarded. The queen said to the trackers, traders, and interpreters whom Leha had recruited. But after all the years of futile searching, these parties returned one by one and reported that they had found no trace of Ilanga. It's as if your sister has vanished from the face of the earth, Leha said. I hear you, Queen Martha said, and yet I still feel in my bones she arrived. Leha had led one of the search parties, right? So let's stop right there, because I don't think there's any other indication about who Leha is outside of that, right? So Leha was ordered to send people also all different countries. Leha recruited trackers, traders, and interpreters on the queen's behalf. And then Leha led one of the search parties herself. So Leha, with all that information, was not simply a traveler. Leha was not Martha's sister. She definitely was not a household servant. So we can assume that Leha is the leader of the queen's army. She would make the certain types of decisions on behalf of the queen, recruitment and all of that, right? Number 41. Which of the following is an example of contrast? Now remember contrast, when we talk about compare and contrast, when we compare, we look at similarities. When we contrast, we look at differences, right? So she had lost both her beauty and her mind. That's A. She had vanished without a trace. C. Her hair was streaked with gray. And D. Lighting up her dark face. Yes, I see you all got it. The answer is the lighting of her dark face, light versus dark. Number 42, the cloud of white hair in line 24 is an example of, let's see. And I know you already know the answer. Line 24. When a shaft of sunlight touched the cloud of white hair on the queen's head, it became luminous. Is it litotes, as some people pronounce it? Is it a metaphor? Is it an oxymoron? Or is it personification? Now, again, I like to explain each one. So, litote is a figure of speech where you express a positive point by negating it as opposite. So, it emphasizes a thought or it softens a harsh statement by using like it's like a double negative. Instead of saying it's good, it's not half bad. Or he's not unintelligent. Or that was no easy task. Where you really want to say it was difficult, right? So you make something difficult sound positive, right? Or something negative sound positive. We know a metaphor is when we compare two things without using as or like, right? When we use an oxymoron, what we are doing here is we are pairing two contradictory or opposing words together, right? So like jumbo shrimp, shrimp small, but jumbo, right? Like deafening silence, like act naturally. So that's what an oxymoron is. And then personification, is when we give human-like qualities to inanimate or inhumane things or objects, right? So what is the cloud of white hair? The cloud of white hair. What is this an example of? What figurative device? Why am I seeing D, guys? Janaya gets it. B, remember, it's a comparison. What is the two things being compared here? A cloud and the hair. Her hair is white, it's gray because she was aged after all the time had passed. So she compared when the sunlight hits her hair, her hair looks like a cloud instead of hair, yeah? So they're comparing the cloud and the hair because of the color of it and probably the texture of it too. Yeah, so you'll be careful with that. So the answer here is B. And yes, I will be sending you all these answer sheets in case you want to do any extra revision. Although I always say this generation is different. You all, I think in terms of memory and stuff, you all don't, it's not an insult. You all just don't retain things. I think you're all so accustomed to like short videos and not looking at things a long time that, you all have to rely on your memory all the time. So you all need to cram. For us, night before the exam, we sleeping. We sleeping. But to each its own. Number 43, the style of writing in this extract can best be described as, is it factual writing? Is it narrative writing? Is it descriptive writing? Or is it argumentative writing? I see some answers here. That's a little bit concerning. Y'all don't get stressed out. All right, so it's definitely not factual writing. This is not a fact, this is a story. It's not argumentative, we're not writing any points, right? Narrative writing, it tells a story to entertain or to teach a lesson. It relies on plot, characters, conflicts, all of that. Descriptive writing, it would paint a vivid mental picture of a specific person or place or thing by appealing to all five senses, right? So narratives more move through time, whereas description stands still just to explore detail, right? So a lot of people, because we have to be descriptive in narrative writing to an extent, people feel like descriptive and narrative writing are used interchangeably for the same thing. But in a narrative piece, you are telling a story and there's someone telling the story, is a narrator. They're not fixated on describing any one thing or any one place, right? So the primary goal in narrative is to tell a story. However, the primary goal in descriptive writing is to create an intense, immersive, sensory experience, right? So the key elements when you have narrative writing is the elements of the story: plot, characters, conflict, resolution, setting, right? And you have your beginning, middle, and end. The key elements in descriptive writing is imagery and figurative language and sensory details, sight, sound, smell, taste, texture, right? In a story, we move across time. So you see how they say time passed and they didn't find her and who get old and, right? Here, they suspend time in descriptive writing. They suspend time. They don't focus on time at all. They focus on a single moment. So you have to be mindful of that, right? A travel brochure could be described as a descriptive thing. Poetry, character profiles, and of course there's descriptive essays. We have to be mindful of that, all right? So an example, okay, let me use an example similar for both sides. So example for a narrative piece is she ran through the rain, terrified the dragon would catch her before she reached the castle gates. But if you're going to reflect on rain in a descriptive piece, the rain fell in icy sheets, reflecting the menacing crimson scales of the dragon perched atop the jagged castle walls. So the focus is more on the description and not on telling the story. That's why you know the difference between narrative and descriptive. Here they are telling a story of a sister who can't find her sister and sent out a search party and years had passed. And so we have all of the elements of a narrative piece. So this is narrative, right? I know that description was a little long, but I tend to go into detail. Number 44, the word that is closest in meaning to turbulence in line 27. And I mean, when we don't know, we use context clues. So let's see lines 27. So I'm going to start at the beginning of the sentence. And somehow all the hardships she had endured, traveling across parched savannas, through densely wooded valleys, over mountains and down turbulent rivers were forgotten. So we have some clues here. The hardships, endured, parched savannas, deadly wooded valleys, right? So all of these talk about difficulty, yeah? So if we are looking for word close in meaning to turbulence, we have to look at something that shows that difficulty, yeah? I see we all are getting it. The answer is A. So let's move to items 45 to 49. All right, why create further division? Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 45 to 49 on the basis of what I stated or implied, right? It has been stated by many that there is research that points to greater benefits of education in single-sex schools. Yet, according to the Financial Times UK, for the past 30 years, the number of single-sex state schools in the UK has dwindled from nearly 2,500 to just 460 local authorities. There are from 2,500 to just over 400. In 60 local authorities, there are no single-sex secondary schools at all. In the past decade, 130 single-sex private schools too have gone co-educational or closed entirely. It would appear that the country has had the greatest influence on our education system. It would appear that the country that has had the greatest influence on our educational system has very little regard for such research. Instead, it has been on a steady road of bringing its children of both genders together to be educated in the same schools. Whereas our nation has embarked upon a journey of setting our children apart in terms of gender during their critical formative years. Will we be creating further division in an already deeply divided society? Do we consider our children to be equal but separate? The research referred to above is said to extol the academic benefits of education in single-sex schools. But should we focus only on the academic performance and exam results? We must assess the impacts of the graduates of our social and ethical life that prevails in our society. In single-sex schools, children are deprived of the opportunity to fully develop their intra, and interpersonal skills, so crucial for their emotional intelligence. This is especially so for those who have no siblings or have only siblings of the same gender. For them, the opportunity for developing the knowledge and ability to interact meaningfully with peers of the opposite sex is even more greatly diminished in single-sex schools. So, we know that this extract here is about creating division, whether the separation of sex in schools, if it is a good thing or a bad thing. So here they are saying that we tend to look at the academic side of things, but are we looking at the psychological parts of things? Are we looking at it in a more holistic sense, right? So they would have started by giving statistics and show that the number of single-sex schools have been dwindling. And after keeping the genders apart in the early years, now they have more co-ed schools than anything. And they are discussing, whether it is a good thing or a bad thing. And they are leaning towards the fact that this is the whole purpose behind it was more academic, and we really shouldn't consider exam results alone. We need to assess the impacts of graduates, their ethical lives, the overall part of it. So that is what this entire thing is about. So now, of course, we look at the questions, and of course, our strategy is going to apply. We read first, we understand, we look at the questions, examine each one, we answer what we can, and then we scroll back up. We have to scroll back up, guys. I know it's a lot of reading in this paper, but we have to scroll back up, right? So According to the Financial Times UK, which of the following statement is true? There are only 60 single-sex schools at present. Is it all single-sex private schools have been converted to co-ed? Is it that there has been an increase in the number of single-sex schools, or is it that many state and private single-sex schools have been converted to co-ed? Now, if you don't remember, and your memory's like mine, you scroll back up a little and read that first paragraph. It has been stated by many that there is research that points to the greater benefits of education in single-sex schools. Yet, according to the Financial Times UK, for the past 30 years, the numbers of single-sex state schools in the UK has dwindled from nearly 2,500 to just 400, to just over 400. In 60 local authorities, there are no single-sex secondary schools at all. In the past decade, 130 single-sex private schools too have gone co-educational or closed entirely. So what are they saying in this one? What's the answer here? I'm not seeing the answers in the chat. Is it that there are only 60 single-sex schools at present? Is it that all single-sex private schools have been converted to co-ed? Is it that there has been an increase in the number of single-sex schools, or is it that many state and private single-sex schools have been converted to co-ed? Jasara is saying B. Are we agreeing with Jasara? Yes. So when we look at the Financial Times, they are saying that in one district, there are no single-sex schools at all. They're closing. Either closing entirely or converting to co-ed, right? So number 46. Which of the following words may best be used to replace influence in line 6? Now we see there's so much details. We have to scroll back up. I know it's a lot of reading, huh? So which of the words may best be used to replace the word influence? Now let's look at the words quick. Results, impact, attitude, or reference. Let's go back to line 6. It's what appear, and it's right here. We could keep it in the frame. It's what appear that the country has had the greatest influence on our education. The country that has had the greatest influence on our educational system has very little regard for such research. So is it that, and a great way to figure out the answer is replace the word. As they say, to use to replace the word. So we can replace it one time. It would appear that the country that has had the greatest results on our education system, does that work? It would appear that the country that has had the greatest impact on our education system it would appear that the country that has had the greatest attitude on our educational system, and it would appear that the country that has had the greatest reference on our educational system. Exactly, now we get it. So everybody understands it's B. So when we find we have questions like this, we replace the word, right? Even if they didn't use the word replace, they will say which word is similar, what is a synonym, and we just replace the word, right? So let's go to 47. Which group is the writer most concerned about? Is it successful candidates? Is it graduates from our school system? Is it men who suffered psychological distress? Or is it those who have no siblings or only siblings of the same gender? And let's go back. So they are saying in single-sex schools, children are deprived the opportunity to fully develop their intra and interpersonal skills so crucial for their emotional intelligence. This is especially so for those who have no siblings or have siblings of the same gender. So we have our answer right there. So our answer is 47, D. Thank you. Number 48. What is the speaker attempting to do in the passage? Are they warning students about the danger of single-sex schools? Are they supporting the decision to implement single-sex schools? Are they criticizing those who are in favor of single-sex schools? Or are they arguing for psychological well-being over academic performance? You all need to go back up, because I mean, sometimes we just need to, If we go back up, let's read from here. It would appear that the country that has had the greatest influence on our educational system, or the education system, has very little regard for such research. That is a critique. Instead, it has been on a steady route of bringing its children of both genders together to be educated in the same schools, whereas our nation has embarked upon a journey of setting our children apart in terms of gender during their critical formative years. Would we be creating further division in an already deeply divided society? Do we consider our children to be equal but separate? The research referred to above is set to extol the academic benefits of our education in single-sex schools. But should we focus only on academic performance and exam results? We must assess the impact of the graduates of our social and ethical life that prevails in our society. And then, of course, that paragraph we just read about the benefits of or the concerns about children who are deprived of the opportunity to develop, right? And of course, the last sentence says, for them, the opportunity of developing the knowledge and ability to interact meaningfully with peers of the opposite sex is even more greatly diminished in single-sex schools. So what is this speaker here attempting to do? I'm seeing C. Are they criticizing or are they arguing for psychological well-being? We know it's not warning. We know B is also all based on process of elimination. So are they arguing for psychological well-being over academic performance? Or is it that they're criticizing those who are in favor of same-sex? Because I'm seeing two different answers. Anybody else want to chime in? Are we agreeing with Shaniqua with D, or are we agreeing with Janaya for C? Your team kind of, guys, girl, you put both. Okay, so yes, there is a critic, but the critique here, the critique that we see here is they are talking about the research, right? When they added that critique, it would appear that the country that has had the greatest influence on our educational system has very little regard for such research. And the research that they are talking about is where this is education, families, and crime. This is an excerpt that they took stuff from a paper, research basically, right? They are talking about the separation is really for academic benefits, but we shouldn't just focus on academic results. We need to look at the social and ethical life that prevails in our society, right? So what they are saying here is they are arguing for the psychological well-being, and we see that in the third paragraph where they're talking about people who don't have siblings of the opposite sex, but they want them to learn how to interact with their peers of the opposite sex. So the critique is there. They do have a critique there, but it's more about following the research. It's not about criticizing people who favor single-sex schools, right? So the answer here is D. That's how we have to look at it. We need to look at this detail behind it, right? Finally, for the section, the main purpose of the title, why create further division? Is it to A, arouse the curiosity of the readers? To B, ask a very important question? Is it C, to state a point of view? Or is it D, to state a fact? By process of elimination, which one we taking out first? D. Yes, D. I'm seeing D. Janaya, that's correct. Because it's not a fact. It's just a question anyways. What else? What else are we taking out? I'm seeing somebody say B asks a very important question. Yeah, it's not necessarily an important question because from first glance, you really cannot tell what the passage is about, right? So is it to arouse the curiosity of the reader, or is it to state a point of view? Do you think why create further division would make somebody read the whole thing? Or is it just them stating their point of view? Good, you are getting it now. So it's C. So that's the questions you have to ask yourself, right? So we get to the hang of it. All right. So we remember this. Do you remember this passage? Music too loud, I can't study. Then we just do this. I told you all these questions repeat itself. It's the very same one, right? So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip this one, right? I will fill in the answers when I'm sending you that one, but we're going to skip this in the interest of time. And this last graphic is energy efficient tips. So we have to read the following advertisement carefully and then answer items 55 to 60 on the basis of what is stated or implied, right? So energy efficient tips. Keep fixtures and bulbs clean. Dirt can absorb as much as 50% of light. Turn off the lights. Turn off the lights when leaving the room, even if it's only for a few minutes. It's just a myth that it takes more energy to turn a light on and leave it on. 3, use motion sensors for outdoor lights. They're a good security measure that does not waste energy. 4, use lower wattage bulbs. Your light may be brighter than you need. 5, purchase lamps with dimmer switches as you can lower the settings when less light is required. 6, place floor or table lamps in a corner. This allows light to reflect from the walls, making the room brighter without turning on more light. 7, use fluorescent lights instead of incandescent lights. Compact fluorescent lights use up to 75% less energy than incandescent lights for the same amount of light and last up to 10 times longer. So, what is the main purpose of this advertisement? Is it to sell light bulbs? Is it to promote lighting in the home? Is it to encourage better energy use? Or is it to highlight energy use in the homes? Yes, I'm seeing you all get the answer. It's C. Everybody has this one. Number 56. How much energy do fluorescent lights use? I'm going to scroll up so you can see the entire thing. I was a little blind here, so I had to. How much energy do fluorescent lights use? Yes, the answer is 75% less than incandescent lights, right? So these are literal comprehension questions. You can find the answer directly in a passage. Number 57, the advertisement emphasizes that motion sensors are more important because is it that they are cheap? Is it that they waste energy indoors? Is it that they do not conserve energy? Or is it that they are efficient and provide security? Lovely. We all have the same thing, D. Which of the following is not stated in the advertisement? Not. Now you'll have to be really careful with these ones because this is the ones that catch us, right? Is it that low wattage uses less energy? Is it that lamps placed on the floor are better for energy efficiency? Is it that not all light bulbs are energy efficient? Sorry. Is it that compact fluorescent lights are energy efficient? Yes, I'm seeing you all are getting it. B. They did not say lamps placed on the floor are better for energy efficiency. They said place floor or table lamps in a corner, as this allows light to reflect from the walls, making the room brighter without turning on the light. So the answer here is B. Number 59. The information on the advertisement would be most useful to, is it electricians, contractors, housewives, the light company? You all think electricians need this information on how to save energy? Finick, well, why am I saying, well, yeah. The light company would not need this information either. As a matter of fact, they would probably help create this. You are the be persons who are in the house using the lights. I don't like that I have housewives, because everybody just use the lights, not just housewives. But yes, contractors don't need this information. Electricians don't need this information. As a matter of fact, electricians may be able to tell you this information. And the light company as well. Actually, they wouldn't want to tell you this information because they want all their money. So the answer here is C. And finally, the literary device used in item 7 of the advertisement is a comparison showing between the similarities and this showing the similarities between the ability of the fluorescent lights and the incandescent lights to save energy. Is a contrast showing the differences. Is it emphasis highlighting the abilities of the fluorescent lights and the incandescent lights to store energy? Or is it imagery allowing the readers to see the abilities of fluorescent lights and incandescent lights to store energy? Now let's go to item 7. Use fluorescent lights instead of incandescent lights. Compact fluorescent lights use up to 75% less energy than incandescent lights for the same amount of light and may last up to 10 times longer. Let's go back. We know it is not similarities. We know it is not imagery. if it was emphasis, and can last up to 10 times longer. Right. So the answer here would be B. They show the differences between them. Yeah. So right, and there we have it. The next paper completes. So, let us jump right into, and I will send you, you'll just please remind me, but just send me in the chats. You want to jump right into the next one? You want to take a 10-minute break? Up to you all. We go until 10. I am a workhorse, so you all can let me know. Guys, guys say next one. If we agree with Gaika, I want to get a thumbs up. I don't want to kill you all. Are you all good to go for next paper and then we take a break after that one? Give me a thumbs up if you want to go. If you want to take a break, give me a thumbs down. I don't mind. Either way is fine. Are we getting some thumbs up? And I getting some break. All right, guys. In the interest of those who need a break, I don't want to push anybody too hard that they cannot absorb what we're doing here. So let's take a short break. We'll take 10 minutes. And we come back in at 7:51. And then we're going to jump right into the next paper, right? Don't worry, guys. We have time. I'm moving quickly. So we're good to go. So we're going to take a short break and I may be back in. All right? Okay, great. So guys, we're back. This time we are doing June 2024. The last paper was January 2024. So we're going to go a little faster this time. I need you guys to answer as soon as possible. In each section, in each sentence, in the section, has one underlined word. We choose from the 4 suggested answers, the word which is nearly opposite in meaning to the underlined word. So antonyms, right? Number 1, many teenagers and even some parents do not agree with the amount of restrictiveness in today's society. What is the opposite to restrictiveness? Is it bluntness, forcefulness, permissiveness, or competitiveness? I'm seeing answers coming in. That's correct. The answer is C. All right, so let me just have to adjust this. All right, good. So, right, number 2, constructive criticism is neither appreciated nor encouraged by some of our peers. Constructive criticism is neither appreciated nor encouraged by some of our peers. Is the opposite of constructive in this instance sound, negative, valuable, or unsatisfactory? I'm seeing your different answers. Yes, the answer is B. Constructive criticism is positive criticism. It helps you, it gives you valuable feedback. So the opposite of constructive criticism would be negative, right? Number 3, the affluence displayed in the community on the hill indicated the significant difference in economic status compared with dwellers in the city. What is the opposite of affluence here? Is it misery? Is it wealth? Is it poverty? Or is it richness? Correct. I'm seeing poverty. Good job, guys. Number 4. The barren land was a result of agricultural practices. What is the opposite of barren? Is it stony? Is it fertile? Is it swampy? Or is it unproductive? So now I came in with the answer there. Everybody else good? The opposite of barren is fertile. I guess we're trying to complete this paper in less than an hour and a half, right? Guys, can I see your hand is up? No? Okay. They always displayed a lackadaisical approach to their study. So no one was surprised at their results, at the results. Lackadaisical is a good here, right? I'm seeing we have the answers. Diligent,
C.
good. Sorry?
The answer is C.
Yes, the answer is C. Good job. Now, item 6 to 10. Now, remember this one. I know you don't like this particularly. So again, when we are doing this section, remember, we can't mix it up. We have to go back and read the options each time because that's where we get confused, right? Select option A, B, or C that best describes each of the sentences and mark your choice on the answer sheet. If we select A, it's because it is too wordy or repetitive. If we select B, it contains cliches, which is phrases that are overused that lost its original meaning or misuse metaphors. If it's C, it's incorrect grammar or faulty diction, right? And if it's D, it's acceptable. So remember this first question, right? The answer step. So we see how these things are repeated. So we know the answers. If you all put the answers. So a friend told her to look for the good in the situation as every cloud has a silver lining. Great. I'm glad you all remember cliches. I'm seeing the answers coming in B. Guys, is it getting easier now? She had adequate time to prepare for the interview. That's good. She had adequate time to prepare for the interview. I'm seeing you all putting the answers in. Yes, it is D. When the clerk raised his voice in protest, his boss asked him to hold his tongue since empty vessels made the most noise and are often thrown in the den to be eaten by the lions. I'm seeing C. I'm seeing A. I'm seeing B. Yo, which is it? Yes, it is B. Thank you all for the influx of answers there. So we have a lot of cliches there. You have to be careful with that, right? Last one. If I was the captain of the West Indies cricket team, I will attack batsmen with my fast bowlers. Which one is it? Janaya, why is it C? I'm seeing two things, but people would say one. Go ahead, Janaya, tell me.
Miss, I'm thinking it's grammatically wrong.
It is. What is the error there?
I will attack the batsman with my fast bowlers.
What should it be?
I will attack the batsman with
I
my
would.
fast
I would,
bowlers.
because it's conditional, right?
would.
Because he's not
Mhm.
the captain of the cricket team. And then that is future tense, and we're using the conditional tense because we're saying if, and it should be if I will. But that's okay. So the answer here is C. Good job. It's all right. 11 to 15. Some of the following sentences are unacceptable because of inappropriate grammar, idiom, punctuation, or spelling. You see how now they would have emphasized a little bit. Now they included punctuation or spelling. Remember, before they didn't have that there, right? So some sentences are acceptable as they stand. No sentence contains more than one appropriate element. And that's why I tell you all to read the instruction. Things change. Select one underlined part that you feel is inappropriate and choose the corresponding letter. If the sentence is acceptable as it stands, choose D. Make your choice on the answer sheet. So the first one, the novice climber called out to my partner and me for assistance as she struggled up the slope. I'm seeing B's. Why is it B? Anybody?
Mr. Novice and I.
Yes, that's
My
correct. The
partner and I,
novice,
sorry.
my partner and
Partner
I.
and
But why would we use I here instead of me? Okay, let me explain. So we have object pronouns and we have subject pronouns. The subject is who's doing the action, right? But the novice climber is the one doing the action because they are calling out to the partner, but the object pronouns, right? Call out to my partner and me for assistance. In this instance here, oh, sorry. In that case, it is D. It is D. So it would not be I. It would be my partner and I if they were doing the verb, right? So when the verb is being done onto you, when it's passive voice, or when you're the object of the sentence, that's when you would see me. But if the person is performing the action, the first person is performing the action, it would be I. So in this case, it is me that is correct. So the novice is correct, me is correct. I'm making sure assistance is spelled correct. Yes. So what's going on here? What do we do for this one? Rachel, A? Oh, is that an error? The answer is D. There's no error there.
Miss Octavia, no?
Sorry?
Wait,
Oh,
what
no,
number
we,
we on?
we,
11
we
or
went on
12?
12 yet. Sorry.
Ouch. Oh, okay.
Okay, well, let's jump to 12 one time. Neither the books nor the pen are affordable on my meager budget. And Rachel is correct. The answer is A. Why is it A, Rachel? Can you tell us?
Miss, neither the books nor the pen. So we're talking about one. So you won't say are, you say is. So we're talking about either or. So neither the books. So we either talking about the book or the pen.
Okay. You're closer. Almost. When we have either or neither, no. What happens is that the verb agrees with the subject closest to it. So while books is plural, and we're talking about neither the pen nor neither the books nor the pen, we are going by which of the subject is closest to the verb. So the pen is affordable on my meager budget, right? So I'm looking at either or neither, no? We agree with the
Okay.
subject closest to the verb. Right? So pen is closest to the verb and it's one pen, the pen. So the pen is affordable on my meager budget. So number 13, the earthquake in Haiti destroyed many buildings, devastated the population, and was a catalyst for other disasters. Do we see any errors there? All right, answers starting to come in. Correct, you are correct. The answer is D. There are no errors in this sentence. He is full of venom since the war took a great toll on him. Any errors here? But remember, unlike the last times when we did this section, we have punctuation in here now, right? So we have a comma that doesn't need to be there at all. Because it's separating the sentence or creating a pause. And there doesn't need to be one. So he's full of venom since the war took a great toll on him. So the answer here is B because that comma it's not supposed to be here. Number 15. I decided to eat the hamburger before class, though I was already late. However, I was ravenous. I decided to eat the hamburger before class, though I was already late. However, I was ravenous. What's the error? Is there an error? Yes, we're sorry, there's an error. Good. I'm getting B's. You all agree with that? Now, we have to be mindful. Remember, we talked about subordinates and coordinating conjunctions. I see Paris has entered the chat. Paris has C. Paris C is correct. Why is C correct? because I was ravenous, right? So remember, we have coordinating and subordinating conjunctions. We have three different sentences. Well, let's say a sentence of full sentence or independent clause, and we have two dependent clauses, right? So we have I decided to eat the hamburger before class. That's a independent clause or full sentence. Though I was already late, however, I was ravenous, right? Now, each time we add on, we have a comma and a conjunction. So I decided to eat the hamburger before class, although same thing, I was already late, right? And then you added on another component. But you can't say, however, I was ravenous, because it doesn't add to the sentence in a way that makes sense. So I decided to eat the hamburger before class, although I was already hungry, because I was ravenous. So we now have to use a subordinate coordinating conjunction to add to this, right? Because the one before was a subordinate conjunction, right? So one showed contrast. I went, although I know I was late, I went to class, I ate the hamburger still. And then the next part explains why. Yeah? So I hope that makes sense to you all. If it didn't, please let me know so I could explain again. Well, we got it? We're good? You're good there? Give me thumbs up if we're good. And then we move forward. Okay, good. All right, 16 to 20. Revise each of the following sentences. You all know this is your fun part. According to the directions that follow, do not change the meaning of the original sentence. Look at the options A to D for the word or phrase that best suits the revised sentence and mark your choice on the answer sheet. Number 16. I would have considered going to the park had I heard of it earlier. Now we are to begin with, since I did not know of it earlier. Remember, we have to make sure we fill in the blanks. What goes next?
Miss, could you repeat?
We have to make sure not to change the meaning of the original sentence, right? The original sentence reads, I would have considered going to the park had I heard of it earlier. Now we have to begin the sentence with, since I did not know of it earlier. How do we continue from there? We're having trouble with this one. I remember we're not changing the meaning of the sentences. He's saying, I would have considered going to the park if I had heard of it earlier, right? And I'm saying, since I did not know of it earlier, what happens next? It can be should. It would be
Miss, is
I.
it D?
No. That's not adding people to the room. Right. So since I did not know of it earlier, right? I could have considered going to the park. Yeah? Because remember, if you didn't know, you couldn't go. That makes sense? Because if they didn't know, the only thing they could have done at this point is they could have considered going.
Miss,
So
so
the
what's the
answer is
correct
A.
sentence?
The correct sentence is, since I did not know, since I did not know, I would have considered going to the picnic. Had I heard of it earlier? Since I did not know of the picnic, or it's this since I did not know of the picnic earlier, I could have considered going. Or since I did not know of it earlier, I could have considered going to the picnic. That's the sentence. So since I did not know of it earlier, I could have considered going to the picnic. Because remember, the part that you are replacing would have been had heard of it, right? So since I did not know of it earlier, I would have considered going to, I could have, sorry, considered going to the picnic. Because should have gone. I mean, at this point, if you didn't know the unity, you could say that I could have done it. Yeah? Because they're now speaking of it in the past tense. This is something I could have gone had I known of it earlier. But since I did not know of it earlier, right? So they're saying, since I didn't know of it earlier, I could have considered going to the picnic. Y'all understand? I feel like you all don't understand. Can you give me a thumbs up if you understand? I'll try to explain this in a different way.
That one kind of difficult, but we gotta help with
Okay.
it.
You think you get it?
Yes, well, the good thing we not to rewrite it. We just had to choose, make a choice. That's a good thing about it.
Okay. Now we are talking about hypothetical events in the past, right? Now, when you say could have, you're talking about a ability to do something or possibility of doing something, right? If you say I would have done something, right? It's more or less your intention to do it. So in the beginning here, they are saying I would have considered going. I'd be willing to go if I had heard of it earlier, right? But here they're saying since I didn't know, there was no way they could not. There's no possibility of them going. Yeah. So in the first sentence, more or less, because what they're asking you to change now is that conditional past tense, right? So they are saying here the conditional past tense. I mean, it's both happening in the past, but here the meaning would change based on the conditional past tense. But the meanings more or less stays. So what they're saying here, because there's going to be a change regardless. The first sentence reads, I would have considered going to the picnic if I heard of it earlier. This is something I would have been willing to do if I got to know sooner, right? But it's not that they didn't know about it, they just didn't hear about it early enough for them to go. Now, seeing that it would have already happened, they didn't know of it at all. Since I did not know of the picnic, right? Or since I did not know of it earlier, so the sentence doesn't change. He didn't know of it earlier, same way. But the difference here is they have to change the conditional past tense. They have to change the conditional past tense because of the way this sentence is now structured. It cannot be would have. It has to be could have. Do we understand? I feel like I made you even more confused. Let me circle back on that one. I have to think about how else. I have to think about how else I can explain that. I really want you to understand it. Because could have, would have, should have, could get a little, but it's all hypothetical, right? Once you use could have and a past participle, it means that something was possible in the past, or you had the ability to do something in the past, but you didn't do it, right? And that's why I'm saying it doesn't really change, because would have is the same thing. He would have considered going to the picnic earlier. Going to the picnic, sorry, if they had heard of it earlier, right? So it doesn't change it. It really doesn't change it. So it doesn't change, however, because the construction change, you have to change the You would have to change would to could. But I will find a different way of explaining it to you. I'm trying to find the best way to explain it without confusing you, but it's killing me. I'm rocking my brain here. But I'll get it. Before we go, I'll get it. Let's go to number 17. But I am going to drop the answer right here. The kitten, frightened by the thunder, cowered under the sofa. Now we have to begin the sentence with the thunder frightened the kitten, so we're looking at the verb here. Remember the verb in the, or look at the verb in the original sentence and look at the verb here and tell me which one. You cannot change the meaning. So the kitten, frightened by the thunder, cowered under the sofa. The thunder frightened the kitten, so it cowered under the sofa. Yes, B is the answer. So we keep the original sentence. It's just the construction of the sentence shifted, right? The cricket match ended. Did we get this one yet? Yes, we did, right? I told you this comes often. The cricket match ended abruptly when many of the spectators stormed the field. We have to start with many of the spectators stormed the field, so the cricket match ended abruptly. So I would not be surprised if you'll tell me you'll see this. I don't know why they use it so much. The students are hardworking as well as respectful. Begin the sentence with not only are the students hardworking. How do we continue? Yes, guys, you got it. The answer is D. Not only are the students hardworking, but they are respectful. Number 20. People from crowded nations cannot get over the accessibility of Canada's natural environment and all its magnificence. Now we have to begin the sentence with, it is impossible for people from crowded nations, correct, B, to get over the accessibility of Canada's natural environment and all its magnificence, right? So there we go. Again, remind me that I have to revert to number 16 to explain that one, right? I would be real mad if I forget to explain that and that same question comes. So 21 to 25, each of the sentences in this section has one underlined word. Choose from the 4 options the word which is nearest in meaning to the underlined word. So this is synonyms. We see right away a question. 2, 3. That third one was also, that third one is different. Yes, we see the first 2 are questions we did already, right? Rectify, fix, we know that one. Flowers profusely, remember what the answer was? Correct, plentifully. The new story reveals the squalor of the old prison cells. Remember, it's nearest in meaning, right? So the squalor would be great Rachel and Janaya. Filthiness. The gregarious young man was involved in a number of groups on campus and also enjoyed spending time with his large group of friends. So we have context clues here to rely on. Look at what is being said about him here and tell me which one you think works best. I see Janaya already got the answer. He was sociable because he was involved in numerous groups on campus and he enjoyed spending time with a large group of his friends. That has nothing to do with being helpful or grateful or respectable, so the answer is B, right? Last one here, bushfires are prevalent during the dry season, but the current drought has made the situation worse. Yes, Shania, prevalent means frequent. All right, let's move to the next section. Now, this is when all the reading starts. Again, my strategy for persons who have difficulty doing lengthy amounts of reading and they don't really like it or they get sidetracked or whatever, is you start, you do, and I wouldn't even say start here. You start with the poem. Sorry if I'm making anybody dizzy. You start with the poem and then you go up to the top and you do section 1 in the grammar. And then you do your passage and then you go do section 2 in the grammar. That way you break up the reading, the constant reading. But the only thing with that is you have to make sure that you are shading the correct corresponding number. That's the only thing I get scared about with that. But if you do it that way, it makes it easier because you don't feel like you're reading, right? So let's read this poem carefully and then answer items 26 to 33 on the basis of what is stated or implied. To a daughter leaving home. When I taught you at 8 to ride a bicycle, looping along beside you as you wobbled away on 2 round wheels, my own mouth rounding in surprise when you pulled ahead down the curved path to the park, I kept waiting for the thought of your crash as I sprinted to catch up, while you grew smaller, more breakable with distance, pumping for your life, screaming with laughter, the hair flapping behind you like a handkerchief waving goodbye. Now, we know this mother is not just talking, well, they're talking about them riding a bike, but that scenario is really used as a metaphor to compare the daughter leaving home. So they are talking about her leaving home, right? But they are describing it similar to the experience of them teaching the daughter to ride a bike, right? So let's look at the questions. The speaker of the poem is most likely a parent, a grandfather, older sibling, or a riding instructor. We already know the answer to this. Yep. Why does the speaker compare the daughter's leaving home to her learning to ride a bicycle? Now we have 2 answers here, or 3 maybe. The daughter needs support in both activities. The person remembers the child's courage and enjoyment, and the person thinks learning to ride a bicycle is hard as is life. What do you all think? Do you think the daughter needs support in riding the bike and leaving home? Yeah. Does the person remember the child's courage and enjoyment? What does that have to do with leaving home? And the person thinks learning to ride a bicycle is as hard as life is hard as his life. So is it 1 and 3? Is it 1, 2, and 3? Because I'm seeing different answers. Guys, stop why you're asking me. Yo, come on. I want us to learn to critically think. You're not sure yet. Okay. I want you all to remember, they're asking us, why is the parent comparing the child riding a bike to the child leaving home, right? What is relevant there? The child's enjoyment, is that relevant? You all seem very confused here. You're all genuinely confused. Is the child enjoying leaving home? You all think the child is enjoying leaving home? I'm asking a question. You all are just giving me answers at this point. I really want you all to think about it. Why does the speaker compare the daughter's leaving home to her learning to ride a bike? Think about her riding a bike and think about her leaving home. And then tell me if both applies, both of each of the options they apply, and then you would know which one the answer is. I really need you all to master that. I'm seeing 1 and 2 only. The person remembers the child's courage and enjoyment, and the daughter needs support and activities. And then I'm seeing B. Okay, you're all over the place. All right, let us go through it together, right? So I want you all to stop and think. The daughter definitely needed support in learning to ride a bike. The mother was there with the child as they learned to ride a bike, right? Then the person remembers the child's courage and enjoyment. In this same thing, remember when you're leaving home, you're excited because you're an adult now, you feel big. And it takes a level of bravery because going out on your own is very it's a bold step, right? It's intimidating, but it takes courage to step out and say, you know, I'm gonna do it. That's hard. You're gonna move from your parent covering. There's no safety nets. Well, in most cases. Right? And then the person thinks learning to ride a bike is as hard, just as in life, right? So that's why they would have used that comparison. So all applies here. So the answer is D, right? And I want you all to critically think. And yes, you all will guess the answer, but I want you all to do not just guess. Only time we guessing is when we really don't know the answer, right? The speaker's mouth is rounding in surprise, line 7 and 8. Because, is it A, the girl wobbles but does not fall? Is it she's confident that the speaker can keep up with her? Is it that a novice rider is able to easily ride around a bend, or is it the daughter pulls away from the person's protective hold and rides ahead? Let's look at line 7 and 8. My own mouth rounding in surprise when you pulled ahead down the curved path to the park. I kept waiting for the thud of a crash as I sprinted to catch up. So line 7 and 8, my mouth rounding in surprise when you pulled ahead, and I'm reading this next part to give context. Down the curved path to the park, I kept waiting for the thud of your crash as I sprinted to catch up. Now, I see guys saying D, and I see somebody said B. B is the girl is confident the speaker can't keep up with her. Now, remember, the girl's perspective is not seen here. The poet's perspective is what we see. So we don't know that the girl is confident that the speaker can keep up with her. So B is out. The novice rider is easily able to ride around the bend is out. The girl wobbles but does not fall. While it may seem like she wobbles and does not fall is the reason why they're surprised. They are not surprised because of that. If you go back and read, my own mouth rounding in surprise when you pull the head down the curved path to the path, right? So they pulled away from the person's protective hold and ride ahead. That is what made the person surprised. Because, you know, she's not learning to ride the bike, but she's so, I guess, confident or feeling secure or brave that she pulls away from the protective hold and rides ahead, right? So that's what makes the speaker's mouth round in surprise. So guys, you were actually correct. You were going with D. Number 29, what device is used in lines 12 and 13 for the thud of your crash as I sprinted to catch up? The thud of your crash. What device is used there? Yep, you all got it. Onomatopoeia. That thud. I remember the words mimic the sound, or it represents sound, however you want to say. Number 30, the words breakable with distance in lines 15 and 16 indicate the speaker's A, concern that he or she is not keeping up with the child. B, fear that the daughter will fall prey to a variety of dangers. C, worry that the child is fragile and cannot cope with the bicycle. D, anxiety that the girl cannot be protected when she's away from home. Rachel, that D was this answer? Rachel, that D was this answer?
I mean, that was for the question before, but I had it wrong.
Oh. Yes, D is correct here though. Anxiety that the girl, remember when I say breakable with distance, it means that as she goes further away, it's more likely that things can happen because they're away from that protection. She's not away from home. She's no longer talking about the bike here, right? So the answer is D. Pumping for your life in line 17 and 18. Let's read line 17 and 18. Pumping for your life, screaming with laughter, right? Where is it? Right. Pumping for your life indicates the girl's well-being is compromised. The person fears that the girl will fall, and the girl is willing to exert herself to succeed. And finally, the person thinks the girl is too young to be on hold. By process of elimination, which one do we take out first? We take out A. Nothing is wrong with her well-being. What else we can take out? I see Janaya says D as well. The person thinks the girl is too young to be on hold. That doesn't work well here. The person, so I say B and C is what remains. The person fears that the girl will fall. Pumping for your life doesn't necessarily mean the girl will fall, but it shows that she's willing to exert herself to succeed, right? What device is used in the last line of the poem? Let's see. Screaming with laughter, the hair flapping behind you like a handkerchief waving goodbye. We all know what that is. The hair flapping behind you like a handkerchief waving goodbye. Correct. It is a simile. Comparison of two things using as or like. The last word goodbye stands alone in the last line of the poem. Is it A, to indicate the end of one phase of life? Is it B, to point to the girl's happiness at leaving home? Is it C, represent the speaker's understanding that she has to let go? Is it D, symbolize the end of the relationship between the person and the child? Why are we not running to the comments? What's going on? I see Janaya. Nobody else? That word's goodbye. Remember, the bicycle story is more or less a metaphorical type scenario where you're comparing one thing to the other, right? You're comparing this person leaving home to this person riding a bike. It definitely does not symbolize the end of a relationship between the person and the child, not because they leave home, that's the end of it. It doesn't indicate the end of one phase in life, right? It really doesn't say that goodbye at the end doesn't point at anybody's happiness. But it does represent the speaker's understanding. But this is from the speaker's perspective. She is now coming to the realization that she has to let go. And that is why to her, the handkerchief, the hair flapping like a handkerchief waving goodbye in the back is a representation for her. This is her understanding, saying, you know, look, even her hair flapping saying goodbye, I have to let go, right? So this represents the speaker's understanding that she has to let go of her child as she now transitions into this phase here, right? Now 34 to 41. Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 34 to 41 on the basis of what is stated or implied. She had always been a small woman, short, light-boned, delicately structured, but now, under the white hospital sheet, she was becoming tiny. I thought of a doll with huge fierce eyes. There had always been a fierceness in her. It showed in that angry, challenging thrust of the chin when she issued an opinion, and a great one she had always been for issuing opinions. I tell people exactly what's on my mind. She had been fond of boasting. I tell them what I think, whether they like it or not. Often they had not liked it. She could be sarcastic to people in whom she detected evidence of the ignoramus or the fool. It's not always a good policy to tell people exactly what's on your mind. I used to caution her. If they don't like it, that's too bad, was her customary reply, because that's the way I am. And so she was, a formidable woman, determined to speak her mind, determined to bend those who opposed her. In that time when I had known her best, my mother had hurled herself at life with chin thrust forward, eyes blazing, and an energy that made her seem always on the run. She ran after squawking chickens, a knife in her hand, determined on the beheading that would put dinner in the pot. She ran when she made the beds, ran when she set the table. One Thanksgiving, she burned herself badly when running up from the cellar oven with the ceremonial turkey. She tripped on the stairs and tumbled back down, ending on the bottom in debris of giblets, hot gravy, and battered turkey. Life was a combat and a victory, and victory was not for the lazy, the timid, the sluggerbed, the drugstore cowboy, the mushmouth afraid to tell people exactly what was on their mind, whether people liked it or not. She ran, but now her running was over. So we know, of course, the first thing we need to do is make sure we understand the poem. This is I'm guessing a man, maybe a woman, I don't know, talking about their mother, right? And the mother now has passed away, right? So they were reflecting on what the mother was like throughout her life. Let's look at the questions. The mother's thrust of the chin in line 3 was done in, is it fear, hatred, defiance, or contemplation? Thrust of the chin. I thought of a doll with huge fierce eyes. There had always been a fierceness of her. It showed in that angry, challenging thrust of the chin when she issued an opinion. So what is that thrust of the chin done in? Is it fear, hatred, defiance, or contemplation? I'm only getting one answer. What's going on, guys? She was not fearful. Didn't hate anybody. Well, not particularly. She disliked some kinds of people, but that's not the focus here. Contemplation is taught. So the answer is defiance, right? The son questioned his mother. Okay, it was a guy. The son questioned his mother about telling people exactly what she thought because was he affronted by her arrogance? Did he offend her? Did he think others would be offended? Was her behavior aggressive? Did he find her behavior aggressive, or was he upset that she would not change? Correct, Rachel and Shaniqua and Janaya. It's B, right? We thought others would be offended. Why does the writer choose the expression of formidable woman to describe the mother in 9/11? For those of you who don't know what the word means, it's a borrowed word. It's from the French language, means great. Was he intimidated by her? Was her words often provoked in anger? Does her words often provoke anger? Was the difference in her style, shows the consistency of her character, or is it that he emphasizes her strength, which he finds admirable? I'm getting the correct answer. Thank you, Rachel and Janaya. D. What does "in that time when I had known her best" in line 12 say about the mother-son relationship? Let's go to line 12. And so she was a formidable woman, determined to speak her mind, to bend those who opposed her. In that time when I had known her best, my mother hurled herself at life with chin thrust forward, eyes blazing, and an energy that made her seem always on the run. What does "in that time I known her," in the time I known her best, indicate about their relationship? Is it that they had grown apart, they admired each other, they had always had a close relationship, or had the son forgotten things about his mother? Yes, I'm seeing the correct answer here. A, they had grown apart. Number 38. What literary device is used in lines 12 to 13? My mother had hurled herself at life. Is it irony? Is it repetition? Is it onomatopoeia? Is it imagery? You're having trouble with this one? I see Rachel and Janaya give me some answers. Anybody else want to add to that before I give you the answer? Good. So the answer is B, imagery. When someone says they hurl herself alive, they throw herself alive, it kind of gives you an image of how they operated, right? So the answer is B. As we know, all of the others do not apply. The behaviors the mother find contemptible. Remember that word contemptuous? Contempt. We said that word means that you scorn or disdain, you dislike these kinds of people. So who did they say she didn't like? Is it timid, lazy, coward? We have to go back up to see. There was a whole list here. Life was combat, and victory was not for the lazy, the timid, the slugabed, the drugstore cowboy, the mushmouth afraid to tell people exactly what was on their mind, whether they liked it or not. So we have all three there. People not afraid to tell people whatever, that's coward, lazy, and we have timid. So the answer is D. The incident at Thanksgiving shows the mother's attitude to be one of, is it hastiness? Is it aggression? Is it impudence? Is it determination? I'm seeing different answers. All right. So when we say that somebody is, and we're going to go through each, well, not each one. We know what aggression means. We know of the bad process of elimination. It's not aggression. When we say impudence, it means when you be offensive or bold-faced or disrespectful, and she wasn't that type of person, right? If you say somebody is hasty, right? It's like you're just doing everything with urgency, you're speeding through life. He did say that everything seemed like a race and she ran and she ran and she ran, right? But when we look at the vocabulary, because we have to go back and look, you have to go back and look, right? Look from line 11. And so she was a formidable woman, determined to speak her mind, determined to bend those who oppose her. And then when we go into that last stanza, well, not the second to last, because the last stanza is a line by itself. Right? She ran after squawking chickens, a knife in her hand, determined on the beheading. Right? And it's repeated a lot for that reason. And then the story was an anecdote to show her determination. An anecdote is a short story, right? So they are showing her determination to get things done. Yes, she probably does move hasty in some instances, right? And he's speeding through things, everything she said with a sense of urgency. However, he constantly mentioned that she's determined to speak her mind, determined to do this, determined to do that, right? And then this was just a story to show that she's a determined person. Yeah? '41. The final sentence of the extract implies that the mother has A, become lazy and sleepy, B, loss of physical strength, C, hurt her leg in the hospital, or D, died leaving the son to reminisce. He said her running was over. It didn't mean that she's sleepy and lazy. It's that she lost her physical strength, she hurt her leg, or did she die? She died, yes. All right, items 42 to 46. Read the following extract carefully and then answer items 42 to 46 based on the basis of what is stated or implied. If you're a man, at some point a woman will ask you how she looks. You must be careful how you answer the question. The best technique is to form an honest yet sensitive opinion, then collapse on the floor with some kind of fatal seizure. Trust me, this is the easiest way out because you'll never come up with the right answer. The problem is that women generally do not think of their looks in the same way that men do. Most men form an opinion of how they look by age 15 and they stick to it for the rest of their lives. Some men form an opinion that they are irresistible and they do not change this opinion even when their faces sag and their noses blow to the size of eggplant. Most men, I believe, think of themselves as average looking. Men will think this even if their faces cause heart failure in cattle at range of 300 meters. Being average does not bother them. Average is fine for men. Their primary form of beauty care is to shave themselves, which is essentially the same form of beauty care that they give to their lawns. If at the end of this 4-minute daily beauty regimen, a man has managed to wipe most of the shaving cream out of his hair and is not bleeding too badly, he feels he has done all he can. So he stops thinking about his appearance and devotes his mind to more critical issues such as the World Cup. Women do not look at themselves in this way. If I had to express in 3 words what I believe women would think about their appearance, those words would be not good enough. No matter how attractive a woman may appear to be to others, when she looks at herself in the mirror, she thinks, woof. She thinks that at any moment, a municipal officer is going to throw a net over her and haul her off to the shelter. Why do women have such low self-esteem? There are many complex psychological and societal reasons. Women grew up thinking that they need to look like Barbie, which for most women is impossible. Although there is a multi-billion-dollar industry devoted to convincing women that they must try. Getting back to my original point, if you are a man and a woman asks you how she looks, you're in big trouble. Obviously, you can't say she looks bad, but you also can't say she looks great because she'll think you're lying. Furthermore, she suspects that you're not qualified to judge anybody's appearance. This is because you have shaving cream in your hair. Right? So they're looking at the differences between how men and women view themselves, right? The main idea of this extract is men and women have different ideas of beauty and what is acceptable. Women have low self-esteem because of society's beauty ideals. Women must not try to trap men with their questions. Men do not understand women. Straight off the bat, which two are we eliminating? Yes, we are eliminating. No, we saying B is the answer. No, if we go back, most of the, if you look at the structure of the paragraph or the passage, sorry, you'd see that majority of the passage does not speak about women. They don't. They started by saying, they started off very funny. If you're a man, a woman asks you should look. And they say that women do not think about their looks in the same way that men do. So the first part, in the introduction, is just, let's say it's an icebreaker, right? It's just trying to be funny. But what they're really talking about here comes out in line 5. Women generally do not think of their looks the same way that men do. Then they talk about men, and then they talk about women, and then they go back to the original joke, right? So the passage is not one-sided. It doesn't talk about men specifically or women specifically. It's more or less how men and women see, they have different beauty standards, right? So I'm going to put this here. Number 43. According to the author, women's self-esteem is eroded by, is it the cosmetics and fashion industries? Is it their own unquestioning acceptance of societal norms? Is it dolls whose proportions do not match the average woman's? Let me go back up for you. Look at line 21. Why do women have such low self-esteem? There are many complex physical, psychological, and societal reasons. Women grew up thinking they need to look like Barbie, which for most women is impossible, although there is a multi-billion-dollar industry devoted to convincing women that they must try. Right? So let's go back here. So we have 1, the cosmetics and fashion industry, and 3, those whose proportions do not match the average women, right? Of course, there's a part where they talk about how women see themselves as not good enough. However, when asked, when they immediately after self-esteem, this is what we're answering. Why, according to the author, what is women's self-esteem eroded by? These are the 2 reasons that they give. So you have to be mindful of that, right? The answer is 1 and 3 only, which is B. So you have to look to see exactly what the questions have to answer. Number 44. The writer believes that most men are free from the self-esteem problem women face because men think they're irresistible anyways. They prefer natural look to rigorous beauty regimens. They are perfectly fine with being average looking, and they believe that it's a woman's job to look good nowadays. Which one do you think it is? Are you all getting tired of me? Yes, Shania. The answer is C. Men are fine, sorry, perfectly fine with being average looking. Number 45. According to the extract, why is a man's beauty regimen so comparatively simple? Is it low on their list of priorities? Is it that men look good anyways, they don't need a beauty regimen? Is it that men are honest and sensitive and is not as concerned with appearance? And is it that men are less complex creatures than women and their habits reflect this? Mr. Bali said for him personally it's B. That men look good anyways and they do not need We're gonna put him out of the class. So this is according, remember, this is according to the extractor. Why are men's, and this is the thing here, because this is a topic that, or this is a topic that is very interesting and people will have their own opinions on it. They know how to catch you with the question. So they're asking you, according to the extract, why is a man's beauty regimen so comparatively simple? So if we scroll back up and we look, they will say, their primary form of beauty care is to shave themselves, which is essentially the same form of beauty care they give to their loans. If at the end of this 4-minute daily beauty regimen, a man has managed to wipe off most of the shaving cream out of his hair and is not bleeding too badly, he feels he has done all he can. So he stops thinking about his appearance and devotes his mind to more critical issues such as the World Cup. Right? So according to the author, it's very low on his list of priorities, because he have other things to study like the World Cup. Once this shaving cream out and he ain't bleeding too bad, let's move on to the order of the day, right? So the answer here is A. We will get our own opinions in on this because this is a topic that can stir people up so they can catch you with these answers, right? Finally, the language of the extract is informal with personal interjections because the author either A, wants to make fun of a situation, B, wants to create a rapport with his audience, C, is expressing his opinion, not a studied fact, or D, wishes to share simple truths about the factor. What do we think it is? So nobody's answering this one. Is it tricky for you all? Yes, C. So when you have informal language in any passage, paragraph, whatever, right? Be mindful of the content it creates. A lot of times it's because they are expressing your opinions. When you are stating facts, the information, remember that's expository writing. So they will always have to have formal language where that is concerned, right? So it's not a studied fact, this is just their opinion. So they will make it informal and they will have personal interjections because this is simply their opinion, right? All right. This is the last part, passage. Yes, and then, oh, you all look, this came back again. So you see the questions repeat itself quite a lot. Somewhere I'm sure you all are going to see questions that we just did, right? So let's read. Read the following extract carefully and then answer the items 47 to 54 on the basis of what is stated or implied. This is an open request to try to find who is the brain behind traffic management in Paolo. Does anybody know? I have tried traffic branch, not them. Highways, not them. Planning and development, not them. In fact, nobody wants to take responsibility for certain decisions and the mess that results. For example, Mission Road was made one way, north to south. Great idea. It worked. No traffic jams. In fact, many people were charged for going the wrong way up a one-way street. Then suddenly it's back to two-way traffic. Sorry, it's back to two-way and traffic for so. Same as Stone Street. Somebody changes stop signs at the corner for a few weeks, then they change it back. Nobody knows why. But the best is Celestial Road in St. John's, which is a record heaven. Somebody made this road, which apart from Broadway is the widest street in Paolo, and no parking streets either side, anytime, and the record is profiting from this. There are 4 major office buildings on this road, all of which provide underground parking for staff. So some, usually the lower paid, have to park elsewhere, and these are the persons whose cars the record is taking away all day, every day. Again, the small man suffers. Oh, there is an exception. If you have a Canadian High Commission sticker, you can park and the record will not touch your diplomatic car. Maybe we could all become diplomats. Then again, the 2 narrowest streets in Paolo allow parking. Try the Lino Street off Abbey Lane. You can hardly pass. So who is the brain behind this mess? It seems the more cars we put on the road, the less parking somebody wants to allow. Who is the brain? No doubt a small man with a big car who has no name. Right? So this man is here airing his frustration. Let's look at the questions. So the writer's use of the word brain is meant to, is it A, compliment an individual, B, create a comparison of streets, C, make fun of poor decisions, or D, exaggerate traffic problems? Brain in line 1. So it says, this is an open request to try to find who is the brain behind traffic management in Paolo. So what is he doing? Complimenting, creating a comparison to streets, making fun of poor decisions, or exaggerating the traffic problems? I'm saying A, he's complimenting a person. You sure about that? So the answer is C, making fun of poor decisions. They are being sarcastic. So who is the brains behind this? I'm sure you would have heard people use that expression, but they don't really mean who's the smart person. Yeah, it's a sarcastic comment. So number 48, when the writer repeats not them in paragraph 1, he implies that A, he's choosing someone to complain to. B, no one wants to accept responsibility for the traffic situation. C, no one knows who's in charge of the traffic management. Or D, he is searching diligently for the person in charge of traffic. What is it? I'm seeing a lot of B's. Yeah? But that's not the answer. The answer here is D. He is searching diligently for the person in charge of the traffic, right? Because he's listing out all these places. It's not this one, it's not that one. So it shows that he's really been doing a deep dive search looking, right? So Stoke Street in line 7, Celestial Road in line 9, the Lino line in line 17 can best be described as prohibited streets for all drivers, streets that attract a lot of attention, examples to support the writer's case, or assigned parking spaces for diplomats. Let's look back. Stoke Street, Celestial Road, the Lino Streets. I see somebody already. Oh, you all already get the answers. You all have good memory. Not everybody's like that. So we have Stoke Streets, Celestial Road, and what's the next one? Stoke Street, Celestial Road, and what is the last one? Let me see. And the Lino Street, right? So Stoke Streets is the one that they put the stop signs on. Celestial Road is record heaven. And then the Lino Street is, if I remember correctly, where the Lino Street is where you can't be, where you're allowed to pass, but the streets are extremely narrow, right? So they don't all have the same thing. It doesn't attract a lot of attention. It's just examples to support the writer's claim, right? Number 50, the writer's tone can be described as, is it puzzled, resigned, sarcastic, or complimentary? Yes, we all get that one, sarcastic. The last sentence of the letter is similar to paragraph 5 because both of them is that they mention cars, express disgust, or complimentary, contain rhetorical question. So the last sentence and line 5. The last sentence read, no doubt a small man with a big, big car who has no name. Paragraph 5 will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's an exception. If you have a Canadian High Commission sticker, you can park and the record will not touch your diplomatic car. Maybe we could all become diplomats. So what are those two areas of the passage showing? Is it that they mention cars, they express disgust, they are complimentary, or they contain rhetorical question? Everybody's gotten that one. That's B. Good. The author of the extract is most likely, is it a motorist, a pedestrian, a traffic warden, or a government official? Well, government officials would not complain here, nor the traffic wardens, because they're going to make, I don't know if they make commission on everybody. They thing. But it wouldn't be a pedestrian because they're walking. They would not be aware of the parking situation or one-way or stop signs. It's definitely a motorist, right? A. All right, next one. Again, the small man suffers in line 14 implies that the small man is always ignored, disadvantaged, the one who's wrong or discriminated against. When you're discriminated, you are treated unfairly, right? So it's not that they're ignored. I mean, they would say disadvantaged, but the correct term would be discriminated against, right? Because it's unfair treatment. The letter was most likely published in a newspaper, press release, tourist brochure, school magazine. Which one? Yes, I'm seeing the answer coming in. The answer is A, newspaper. Press release would be for officials or important people or celebrities. Press release, sorry, a tourist brochure, it only gives you information about a place. And a school magazine, definitely, you know. All right. And of course, you already did this one. So in the interest of time, we're going to skip this one. And we are going to jump straight to January 2023, paper 1. Do we need to take a break or can we continue? We have 1 hour left. Guys, that time went by so quick. Oh! So I'm hearing no break. I want thumbs up for everybody who wants to continue. We only have 1 hour. We can do this paper in an hour. And we might have things. Yeah, I'm seeing everybody saying, I like this. You're working. All right. So this is January 2023 paper, right? So here we are. Each sentence has either 1 or 2 missing words one or two words missing. Choose from the 4 options the word or the pair of words which best completes the meaning of the sentence. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. Despite his short temper, his willingness to give of his wealth to help others to succeed led people to call him, is it hasty? Is it foolish? Is it old-fashioned? Is it benevolent? Do we know what benevolent means, guys? Or are we using process of elimination? Either way, I'd be impressed.
Miss, is it like to be generous?
To be generous?
Yeah, like to show like generosity.
Yes, you could say generous or charitable, kindness, goodwill, but yes, generous is part of it. It is one of the synonyms that you can use for benevolent. Yeah? And guys, go, yes, process of elimination, we get in it. So let me, just put this up again. All right, guys, give me 1 second to do this. All right, so let me see if my X is big enough. It's not. Okay. All right. Number 2, the journalists were impressed with you all remember this game? You all remember which one it is? Yes, it's A. So again, you see how these questions are coming, right? A lot of them repeat itself. Are you trying to something that all along he knew of the plot to oust the committee? So yes, I'm seeing Janaya, you know it. So a good way, of course, this is completing the sentence. So a good way to know what works is by using it in using each word in place there and reading it out, right? To yourself. Are you trying to clarify that he knew all along of the plot to oust the committee? You know that doesn't work. Are you trying to accuse? You know that doesn't work. Are you trying to identify? You know that would not work. So are you trying to insinuate? And that is the answer, right? So even if sometimes you don't know the meaning, sometimes when you do it that way, process of elimination, you would come across the answer. So it's less reason to guess all the time. You don't have to guess all the time. So number 4, after reviewing the medical file and having many consultations with the patient, the surgeons decided on the best something for the surgery. Is it alteration? Is it procedure? Is it opposition? Or is it permission? So remember, you look at the clues around you. After reviewing the medical file and having many consultations with the patient, the surgeons decided on the best procedure, correct, for the surgery. Most persons are usually, now remember guys, we did this one already. Remember the answer? Yes, Shaniqua. Good, the answer is D, contemptuous of. So guys, you see a lot of the questions repeated. That's why they always hesitant to share paper 1 with us. Like we didn't get paper 1 for this year. We're not stressing. It's probably the same questions. So 6 to 10, choose the word or phrase that is most nearly opposite in the meaning to the underlying word or words. Mark your choice on the answer sheet. The guest speaker's address was devoid of humor, and this made persons uneasy. Opposites. So what do we think the answer is? I am seeing some answers coming in. When we say something is devoid of, it means it lacks. It's free from. So the opposite of that would be full of humor, and this made people as well as devoid. So X here, A. Number 7, their actions show that they were firm in their rejection of the new law. Yes, C. So the opposite of rejection is acceptance. His friends were eager to share the news. He was eager, to share the news with his friends. You guys remember we got this one already? Reluctant. So a lot of the questions repeat itself. So rest assured that tomorrow you're not going to see, you're definitely going to see a couple answers that we came across today. The president of the Students Association never mentioned, remember we did this one, dishonesty. It seems improbable that the country will maintain the curfew for another week. Improbable means not probable. Yeah? So yes, the answer is A, likely. All right, 11 to 15. Now you all see we have repeated questions already, right? We have 1, 2, 3. Oh guys, we didn't do that next one. We'll go back. After we finish paper. So 1, 2, 3 out of the 5 are repeated. No, 4. This is a repeated question too. This is the only new one. So you see that? So people from crowded nations cannot get over the accessibility of Canada's natural environment and all its magnificence. And we have to begin the sentence with it's possible for people from crowded nations B to get over, right? Remember that. And then the cricket match ended abruptly. Remember the answer here is A. We have to start with many of the spectators stormed the field, so the cricket match ended abruptly. More is experienced in one day of the life of a learned man than an ignorant man experiences his whole life. So a learned man experiences more in one day, right? You all remember. The next one, during my time at school, I was involved in extracurricular activities. And we begin with, I was involved in extracurricular activities while I was at school. Just trying to adjust this a little bit. If Charlie invites me, I will go to his party. Would Charlie to invite me, then would it be? Look at the verbs. I'm seeing it's very different answers. Now look at the original sentence. If Charlie invites me, present tense, I will go to his party, right? If Charlie were to, if here is understood. Sorry, no, it's not. Were Charlie to invite me, right? This is conditional. So, I mean, if it's somewhere there, I guess it makes unseen, right? So, were Charlie to invite me? If Charlie were to invite me to his party, what would we say? I would go, right? It wouldn't be I will have gone, or I would have gone, I would have been, right? And we would go.
Miss, is this like similar to the one that we did in the previous paper where we had to use I could?
Yeah. It's conditional tense. But I'll go back and explain that one. That one has me stumped as to how to explain it. But I'll get it. All right, instruction 16 to 20. In the following sentences, one of the underlined words may be misspelled. So this is simply spelling here, I think. Choose from the 3 options, A, B, C, D, the word that it is misspelled. If no word is misspelled, so yes, it's only spelling. So that's why it's important to read the instruction, because we are going backwards in time. Clearly, it has changed, right? So can you assure me that the proposition will be accepted by the committee? Yes, I'm seeing your committee. What do you see? It's supposed to be accepted. He played with the perimeter of the picnic area. He played within the perimeter of the picnic area and approached the fence cautiously. Yes, the answer is the picnic is not spelled with a K. Number 18, when the museum purchased his paintings, the patrons posted many compliments. Remember, this one came already, right? The answer is C. Compliments with an I. After embarrassing his colleague, his conscience bothered him and he eventually apologized. Yes, C. Conscience is not spelled like that. He thought it best to sacrifice the match and submit to the ridicule of the team for his friend's sake. This one came as well, remember? And the answer for this one was D, no error. All right, let's go. In each sentence, in this section is Sorry, each sentence in this section is followed by 4 sentences, A, B, C, or D. Choose the one nearest in meaning to the original sentence. But they used to really bring it like this all the time. Thank God they stopped this. People used to get so confused. So engrossed was he in his task that he did not hear his sister enter the room. So you cannot, it has to have the nearest meaning to the original sentence. So he was so engrossed in his task that he did not hear his sister enter the room. So the first one says his task was so difficult that he did not observe his sister's entry. Nobody said the task was difficult. He did not hear his sister enter the room because of the job he was doing. Let's put a pin in that one. His sister's entry did not attract his attention because he was enjoying what he was doing. They didn't say he was enjoying it. He was so preoccupied with what he was doing that he was unaware of his sister's entry. Which one do you all think it is? Yes, the answer is D here. So it keeps the same meaning as the original sentence. Number 22. I cannot understand why you have done this since you tell me that Mark means a lot to you. So let's look at the options. Since Mark means a lot to you, the reason for your action is puzzling to me, right? B, since you tell me that Mark means a lot to you, he cannot understand why you have done this. That has, nope. You tell me that although Mark means a lot to you, you did this. Nope. Mark cannot mean a lot to you, or else I know you would not have done it. So the answer here is A. You'll be correct. Number 23, the recent floods have made the roads impassable. People are unable to travel because of the floods. Because of the heavy showers, commuters were forced to detour. That's not what they said. The roads cannot be used as a result of the floods. Traveling has been brought to a standstill because of the floods. Which one do you all think it is? Good. The answer is C. Number 24, realizing that her suitcase was left on the bus, the woman desperately tried to attract the conductor's attention. When the desperate woman noticed that she was leaving the bus without her suitcase, she tried to attract the conductor's attention. Nope. When the woman became aware that she had left her suitcase, she tried her best to attract the attention of the bus conductor. The woman made all attempts to attract the conductor's attention to the suitcase which she had left on the bus. The conductor's attention was attracted by the woman who, in desperation, had forgotten her suitcase on the bus. Which one do you all think it is? Yes, it's B. When the woman became aware, realization, that she had left her suitcase on the bus, she had left her suitcase, she tried her best to attract the attention of the bus conductor. #25. Water pollution is a common problem because people thoughtlessly dump their garbage in water courses. So is it people throw their garbage in water courses making this an unusual problem? Is it B, if people did not dump their garbage in water courses, we would not have water pollution? Is it water pollution takes place because people negligently dump their garbage in water courses? Or is it even though water pollution is a problem, people still dump their garbage in water courses? What is the answer? So only seeing one answer, guys. Give me some answers. All right, the answer here is C. Water pollution takes place because people negligently or thoughtlessly, same thing, dump their, no, yes. Yes, C is the answer. So water pollution takes place, and it commonly is understood because people negligently dump their garbage, in water courses. Right here, they say even though water pollution is a problem, people still dump their garbage in water courses. That doesn't say the same thing as this. This is just saying this is a usual thing because people thoughtlessly dump their garbage in watercourses, right? All right. Numbers 26 to 30, nature. Thank God it's a short poem. I don't know about you all, I'm getting sleepy. Nature, we have neither summer nor winter, neither autumn nor spring. We have instead the days when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane fields magnificently. The days when the rain beats like bullets on the roofs and there's no sound but the swish of water in the gullies and trees struggling in the high Caribbean winds. Also, there are days when leaves fade from off guango trees and the reaped cane fields lie bare and fallow in the sun. But best of all, there are days when the mango and the logwood blossom, when the bushes are full of the sound of bees and the scent of honey, when the tall grass sways and shivers to the slightest breath of air, when the buttercups have paved the earth with yellow stars, and beauty comes suddenly and the rains have gone. Very descriptive. What feeling does this poem evoke in the speaker? In the speaker. Now, remember, the speaker is the person telling a story. What feelings then, and we would know because of the language that the speaker is using, right? What language is the speaker using here? What does it state? So he's saying we don't have summer, winter, autumn, or spring. Instead, we have days when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane fields magnificently. The days when the rain beats like bullets on the roof and there's no song but the swish of water in the gullies and the trees struggling in high Caribbean winds. So they're talking about sunny, dry season and a rainy season. Also, there are days when the leaves fade off from the guango trees and the reaped cane fields lie bare and fallow in the sun. But best of all, there are the days when the mango and the logwood blossom, when the bushes are full of the sound of bees and the scent of honey, when the tall grass sways and shivers to the slightest breath of air, when the buttercups have paved the earth with yellow stars, and when beauty comes suddenly and the rains have gone. So is he getting delight, anxiety, nostalgia, or annoyance? Do we know what nostalgia is? When we say that, when we say that we're experiencing nostalgia, it's sentimental. It's more like, you're kind of longing for something that was in the past, right? Like it's a longing or affection for a period or a place that you've already experienced, right? There's no indication that this person, remember, this is in the present tense, this is not the past. We don't have summer, winter, neither autumn or spring. We have instead the days when two and two and two. So it's not that these things bring him nostalgia, it brings him delight. There's no annoyance, there's no anxiety. These are things that he genuinely enjoys. He or she genuinely enjoys, right? The poem appeals most to is it taste, sight, smell, or hearing. Let's go back. So we have neither summer nor winter, autumn nor spring. Instead, we have the days when the gold sunshine and the lush green cane fields are sights magnificently. The days when the rain beats like bullets on the roofs, that's sound. And there is no song but the swish of water in the gullies, that's sound too. And the trees struggling in the high Caribbean winds, right? That's the next song. There are also days when the leaves fade from off guango trees, sight, and the ripped cane fields like bare and follow the sun's sights. But best of all are the days when mango and the mango and the logwood blossom, the mango that stays there, when the bushes are full of sound, full of the sound of bees, that's sound, and the scent of honey, that is smell. When the tall grass sways and shivers, that's sight. When the buttercups have paved the earth with yellow stars, that's sight. And when beauty comes suddenly and the rain has gone. So what it appeals to most? Yes, Tanisha, thank you. Sight. Sight is what appeals to most in this poem. that we in the poem, is it dislikes the four seasons? Is it that he's now learning about this place, has participated in the harvesting, or sees the mango season as the best time? The we in the poem. Let's see, where is the we? We have summer. We have neither summer nor winter, neither autumn or spring. We have instead the days when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane fields magnificently. There are no other instances where he uses that pronoun we. So when it says that word we comes up, is it dislike for the four seasons? Is it learning about this place? Is it that they have participated in the harvesting, or sees the mango season as the best time? Tanisha, is that D for number 28? We in the poem. Yeah, so we have neither summer nor winter, neither autumn nor spring. We have instead the days when the gold sun shines on the lush cane fields magnificently. And then it continues on the days when, right? And they continue on also the days when, right? So it's a continuation, a we, right? So is it a dislike for the four seasons? Definitely not. Is it now learning about this place? Nope. Right? Is it participated in the harvesting, or sees mango season as the best time now? Look. But best of all, there are days when mango season and the log blossom. So the answer would be D. It has no indication. Oh, why did I put D there? Guys, they say again sleepy. I'm a very early sleeper, so I'm struggling. What did I touch? I touched something. I lost my window. Here I go. Right. So right, there's no indication that they participated in the reaping or the harvesting of the cane fields, right? They're just saying the cane fields lie bare and follow in the sun, but there's no indication that they participate in the harvesting of the sugar cane, right? So it has to be the mango season, because they say, but best of all, there are days when mango and the logwood blossom, right? So you have to look for those clues. I know it can be a little tricky, but that's fine. We get over them. Just take your time in the exam, right? Which of the following suggests a change in the focus of the poem? Is it we have neither summer nor winter? Is it when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane field? Is it best of all, there are days when the mango, is it and beauty comes suddenly and rains have gone? Which ones do you think it is? So let's go up. And when we read the last poem, we looked at the difference. So we have neither summer nor winter, neither autumn nor spring. We have instead the days when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane fields magnificently. The days when the rain beats like bullets on the roof, and there's no sound but the swish of water in the gullies, and the trees struggling in high Caribbean winds. Let me see what else they asked. What other? Right. Also, there are days when the leaves fade from off the guango trees and the reap cane fields lie bare and follow in the sun. But best of all, there are days when the mango and the logwood blossom, when the bushes are full of sound of bees and the scent of honey, when the tall grass sways. I don't think it changes much after that original, when the gold sun shines on the lush green cane fields, right? Do we agree? Do we agree, guys? Yeah, so the answer here is B. Lines 18 to 19. The buttercups have paved the earth with yellow stars and are example of, they have paved the earth with yellow stars. Is it simile, metaphor, alliteration, or personification? We know it's not a comparison, so it's neither simile nor metaphor. It's not alliteration because there are no repetitive or repeated consonant sounds. And personification, they have paved the earth with yellow stars. So to pave the earth, there had to be like a human being paving it. So personification is the answer here. Good job, Tamisha and Shaniqua and Sinai. All right. 31 to 38. Read the following passage carefully and then answer items 31 to 38 on the basis of what is stated or implied. Now, you all see the story, right? And this is from 2023. So this is repeated. So this is the same story, Kino and Wana and the baby Coyote too. Right? So you see, when you ask me if passages repeat itself, it really does. It definitely does. So for the interest of time, we're not going to answer that. We're going to the next one. So read the following passage carefully and then answer items 39 to 46 on the basis of what is stated or implied. When the traditional family unit is discussed, it is usually in terms of the external social changes that are threatening its existence as an institution. Little thought is given to the internal problems of normal homes. The central problem for most family members is, of course, how to get along with each other. This internal matter is not without its external implications, for only where there are orderly and peaceful families can there be an orderly and peaceful society. Of all the social changes that have affected the family in recent years, by far the most significant has been the increase in the number of mothers of school-age children who have taken increasing number of mothers of school-age children who have taken outside employment. In Canada, some 75% of women in this category now have full-time or part-time jobs. For the most part, economic imperatives have left women no choice but to work for money. An income sufficient to maintain the lifestyle of an average family took one Canadian 48 hours a week to earn in the 1950s. It takes two people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that income today. The conflicts between work and family life and scarcity of time to devote to children have taken a personal toll on women in the form of stress and depression. Obviously, individuals under stress are harder to deal with than those who are not. So the tensions of work are carried over into the tensions in mother-child relationship. Men too report feeling stressed out and squeezed between work and family obligations. Males raised in the tradition of mothers doing everything in the home are inclined to be lax in doing housework and awkward in the unaccustomed role of actively nurturing children. But if a two-income family is to run smoothly and fairly, the household workload must be shared. Another profound change in the family relationship lies in the relatively high incidence of divorce and marital separation in Western societies. The fact that so many couples feel they must go their separate ways illustrates just how difficult it is for people to live together satisfactorily at the best of times. So, we are talking about external social changes that threaten the family institution. Mothers going to work, the fact that families can't afford the lifestyle that it would have taken years prior. Both persons sharing the workload in the household are in Mr. Martha. And then, of course, the high incidence of divorce and separations in Western societies, right? So according to paragraph 1, lines 1 to 5, which of the following results from conflict between family members? Is it disorder in society, anxiety in the workplace, disruptive behavior in homes, or high tension between parents? Let's go to lines 1 to 5. When the traditional family unit is discussed, it is usually in terms of external social changes that are threatening its existence as an institution. Little thought is given to the internal problems of normal homes. The central problem for most family members is, of course, how to get along with each other. The internal matter is not without its external implications. For only where there are orderly and peaceful families can there be orderly and peaceful society, right? So according to paragraph 1, Which of the following results from conflict between family members? Is it disorder in society? Is it anxiety in the workplace? Is it disruptive behavior in homes? Or is it high levels of tension between parents? You all having trouble with this one? I think it's the way the question is worded. You all probably would have read it wrong. According to paragraph 1, lines 1 to 5, which of the following results from conflict between family members? What happens as a result of family members feuding? Is it disorder in society, anxiety in the workplace, disruptive behavior in homes, or high levels of tension between parents? Let's look at paragraph 1 again, sorry. Let's look at the central problem for most families is, of course, how to get along with each other. The internal matter is not without its external implications. For only when there is order and orderly and peaceful families can there be orderly and peaceful society. So they're saying what happens when a family is not, when family members conflict, when they are not orderly and peaceful, we get disorderly societies, right? Because one is the other. So if your family life, if majority of family lives in the country is disorderly and not peaceful, then society becomes to reflect family, because family is the foundation institution, right? Number 40, according to the passage, all of the following threaten the existence of family, except, is it a high divorce rate in Western society? Is it conflicts between employers and working parents? Is it problems family members experiencing getting along? Is it an increase in the number of mothers of school-age children working outside of the home? Let me go back up. So they talked about the mothers of school-age children who have taken up outside employment, right? Conflicts between work life and family life, scarcity of time, all right. So we have the high divorce rate in Western societies. We have problems, family members in getting along. We have increased number of mothers of school-age children working outside the home. The conflicts they have is not between the employers and the working parents. They do say, however, right, that the conflicts between work and family life, it's not between your employer, it's like conflicts between your work and family life. Like, let's say you have a parent-teacher meeting, or you just have a family engagement, but your job has hours that you have to run. So that's what they're talking about. It's not a conflict between your employer. So it is what they did not, one of oh my goodness, sorry. This is the response that is not in the passage, basically. The word that is closest in meaning to imperatives in lines 9 is it matters, demands, concerns. And this is what I'm saying. We have to replace the word to find the answer. So we have matters, demands, concerns, and guidelines. So let's go back up to line 9. So for the most part, economic guidelines have left women no choice but to work for money. Economic demands have left women no choice but to work for money. Economic concerns have left women no choice but to no choice but to work for money. And economic matters. So which one do you all think it is? Is it economic demands? Is it economic concerns? Is it economic matters? Is it economic guidelines? Closest in meaning to imperatives. Do we know what imperatives means? No? So is something that is absolutely urgent or mandatory. Yeah? So it will not be so it's something I would say demand would be here because it's something that is urgent, right? So we are going to select B simply because of the urgency, right? Demands would more, if concerns, guidelines, matters, all of those don't indicate urgency. So demands would work best here. In paragraph 2, line 6 to 12, the writer compares the 1950s income to today to show that people today work longer hours for the same pay as in the 1950s. People earn more in the 1950s than today. People today do not work as hard as people in the 1950s, or single income cannot adequately support the average family. So let's go to that line 6 to 12. 6 to 12 is this whole paragraph. Of all of the social changes that have affected the family in recent years, by far the most significant has been the increase in the number of mothers of school-aged children who have taken outside employment. In Canada, some 75% of women in this category now have full-time or part-time jobs. For the most part, economic imperatives have left women no choice but to work for money. An income sufficient to maintain the lifestyle of an average family took one Canadian 48 hours a week to earn in the 1950s. It takes two people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that same income today. Yeah? So, are they saying that people today work longer hours for the same pay as in 1950s? Are they saying people earn more in the 1950s than today? Are they saying people today do not work as hard as people in the 1950s? Or they're saying a single income cannot adequately support an average family? I'm seeing B. People earn more in the 1950s than today. Guys, let's go back up. So, for them, an income sufficient to maintain the lifestyle of an average family took one Canadian 48 hours a week to earn in the 1950s. So just to maintain your lifestyle of your family, it took one Canadian 48 hours, 2 days in a week to earn enough money to maintain this lifestyle of an average family. Now it takes two people 65 to 75 hours a week to earn that same income today. Yeah? So the writer compares the income in the 1950s to show that, and of course, D is not going to meet the grade because they are not mentioning the comparison of the year, right? People did not earn more in 1950s. It's the same money, it's just they have to work longer hours for it. So it is A, right? Number 43. The writer suggests in lines 13 to 16 that tensions in mother-child relationships occur because mothers are, one, dealing with the stress of work, two, are unable to help children who are under stress, three, lack sufficient time to care for children. Let's go up. The conflict between work, family life, and scarcity of time to devote to children have taken a personal toll on women in the form of stress and depression. Obviously, individuals under stress are harder to deal with than those who are not, so the tensions of work are carried over into tensions in mother-child relationships. Yeah? So they are dealing with the stress of work, they are unable to help the children who are under stress, and a lack of sufficient time to care for children. Which one do you all think it is? Nobody said anything about children being under stress. So it is definitely 1 and 3, which is B. Number 44, the writer's main purpose is it to focus on the problem experienced by men, reveal the problems experienced by men, women, and children, highlight some of the internal problems threatening the family, or show that single income families function better than two income families? Go back up. Everybody talks about several things that affect the family, right? So they talk about them getting along. They talk about how women have to go back out to work. They talk about how the conflict of work makes things very stressful for them, men and women and the children. How, like households bringing in two incomes now for things to run fairly, household work must be shared. And how the divorce rate has changed, right? So what is the main focus here? Is it to show the problems experienced by men alone? Of course, we know that's not it. Is it to reveal the problem experienced by men, women, and children? Is it to highlight some of the internal problems threatening the family? Or is it to show that single income families function better than two income families? Again, I'm going to scroll up. The answer is there. Now, if you look at the first few lines, it will tell us that when the traditional family unit is discussed, it's usually in terms of the external changes that are threatening its existence as an institution. Little thought is given to the internal problems of normal homes. So they are looking at the internal problems of normal homes, right? So the writer's main focus is to highlight some of the internal problems threatening the family. So the answer is C. 45, couples feel they must go their separate ways in line 23 because is it high divorce rates? Is it an inability to live harmoniously? Is it difficulty with Western societies? Or is it changes in relations in good times? Let's go to line 23. The fact that so many couples feel they must go their separate ways illustrates just how difficult it is for people to live together satisfactorily at the best of times. So, again, going back there, the fact that so many couples feel they must go their separate ways illustrates just how difficult it is for people to live together satisfactorily at the best of times. Right. So sorry guys, I'm gonna go slower. I'm trying. Yes, it's an inability to live harmoniously, right? It's a difficulty to live well together. And finally, the tone of the passage may be best described as, is it mocking? Is it indignant? Is it analytical or is it complaining? Analytical, sorry, or complaining. Let's use process of elimination, right? Do you think it has a mocking tone to it? No? Yes? It is definitely not indignant. Nothing is, there's no feeling of annoyance or anything like that. Um, It is, I would say it is analytical. It's definitely not complaining. So the answer here is C, based on process of elimination, right? Now let's move ahead. We have too much. You all see this? What is this, guys? Another repeat. So you see this, they have been regurgitating this passage since 2023. Trust and believe you all are going to see something, very familiar questions in your paper tomorrow. So seeing that is the case, we have one more section and just in time because we have 10 minutes. So right, we have to read the following advertisement carefully and answer items 55 to 60 on the basis of what is stated or implied, right? So we have a National Youth Symposium in 2023 and the topic is Adolescent Health, the Challenges. Urbana Conference Center, Sunday, 20th of August, 2023. Their sponsors is the Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Education, National Council on Drug Abuse, Conference of Churches, the University Christian Council, the Muslim Youth Association, Hindu Youth Council. Who should attend? Interested members of the public, members of youth groups, healthcare professionals, students in the medical sciences, and media personnel. How to contact them? You can contact Yvonne Dalton at the Ministry of Youth, telephone number 111-2615 for registration forms and other information. Complete the registration form and return it to the Ministry of Youth. Then you have sessions led by experts in their fields. We have Dr. L. Isander for HIV/AIDS, Professor Nancy Sewell, anti-pregnancy, other sexually transmitted diseases by Dr. C. Smith Brown, alcohol and other legal drugs, Major Leonard Arkansas, human sexuality, Reverend Cynthia Bean, healthy food, Dr. Prakash Ramdat, athletes and performance enhancing drugs, Bragna Dita, prostitution, Katona Bennett. We have testimonials from Young Entrepreneur of the Year, a recovering cocaine user, a contestant in the Miss World's competition. The feature address by Most Conscious Youth of the Year is Bukawela Tudor. Entertainment is by Festival's Young Band of the Year, Koala, and the deadline for submission of forms is the 11th of August, 2023. Now, this advertisement has quite a lot of information. So we know from jump, we have to toggle back and forth, right? So, last 6 questions, guys. According to the information provided in the advertisement, the main theme of the symposium is it the youth, drug abuse, adolescent health, sexually transmitted diseases? According to the information provided, the main. So it's the challenges of adolescent health. So we have a whole bunch of stuff, right? So adolescent health is the answer, that is C. So it's why it's important to go back, right? Because at first you were given some questionable answers there. Which of the following groups is not a sponsor of the symposium? Not a sponsor. So we have Ministry of Youth, Ministry of Health. I don't think Ministry of Health was there. Nope, Ministry of Health is not there. So we have Ministry of Health is not a sponsor. Which of the following words can best replace symposium in the advertisement? So we could say exhibition, conference, discussion, conversation. So National Youth Symposium 2023, National Youth Exhibition, is it National Youth Conference? Is it National Youth Discussion? Or is it National Youth Conversation? Yes, you all are correct. It is conference. Number 58. All of the following groups are specifically invited to attend the symposium except I think it's parents of the young people who should attend. Yeah, they don't have parents here. So, right. Which is weird because members of the public could be a parent too. But anyways, how can those who want to participate register for the event? So we have Yvonne Dalton, contact her, the Ministry of Youth, 111, blah, 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 blah. So contact Yvonne Dalton at the Ministry of Youth. That's B, not A. She's at the Ministry of Youth, not the Ministry of Education. So that's why I tell you, toggle back and forth. Make sure to toggle back and forth, right? Even if you think it's taking long. The main address is to be delivered by Let's see if all your memory real good. Who's the main feature, the main address? Is it A, B, C, or D? B, I think it's A. I think I read A. Let's go up. Feature address, the most conscious youth of the year, Bukowala Tudor. Yes, A. The answer is A. All right, guys. So this brings us to the end. I'm going to check to see how to best describe that question, and I'll put it in the group chat, right? But yeah, I want to leave you all on this note. We have 5 minutes. Let me leave you all on this note. Y'all could know all the answers. Y'all could walk in after getting the best night's sleep of your life and practicing all the papers. Unless you believe to yourself that you can do this, right? You will second or just have multiple choice. It's a funny thing. And I'm sure you all agree because you can walk in very confident and something kind of throws you off and then you start second guessing the answers and you change it. And a lot of times when you get back your paper, you realize, oh gosh, I changed this answer and it was correct. Be very confident in yourself. Be obnoxiously confident about yourself as you walk in there. Because you all have been preparing, we've been practicing, so we are good, right? Be very confident in what you have selected. Take your time and read. If you panic, you're going to make yourself less confident, right? So I believe that you all can do it. I know that the fact that you all are here and you all are working means that you have been putting in the work all the time. At this last stage, people will be like, it makes no sense reading, huh? So I know that you all have been pushing the envelope. It is no easy task. You'll trust me, it will pay off. So I want you all to know whatever belief system that you have, rely on that because it's very important to remain calm in an exam. It's easy to say to remain calm, but then when you sit in a room and you hear we have 5 more minutes and you start to rush, you see that time call last and be crazy. So I get it. Always say a prayer before your exam. Bless the space, bless yourself. Pray for clarity, just like for calmness. And just remember that you've already done the preparation. If you fail to prepare, you prepare to fail, but you all have been putting in the work. So there is no reason for you also walk in there, at odds. So walk in there confident, be obnoxiously confident in what you put on that paper. Trust me, you're going to see plenty of these answers and you're going to be grateful for the session tonight. I love the discussion. Please be reminded that our Jamaican counterparts are hour behind us. So when we come out of the exam and we start talking about the answers, we make them go in the exam. I mean, we all for helping people out, but we're not about cheating. So let's save the discussion for a little later, right? But I wish you all the best. Trust and believe in yourselves. Please get a good night's sleep. Do not stay up and cram. You really want to go in with a clear mind. Right? And we are almost to the end of the road. Imagine just the other day, you all just started, and here we are to the end of your secondary school experience, right? And for those of you who are repeating, do not sit here and stress yourself about woulda, coulda, shoulda. You get an opportunity to do this again. Let's just grab it. Walk in confidence in yourself. You have more experience, right? So I wish you all the best tomorrow. I hope you all go in obnoxiously confident and cover yourself and mash up this paper and tell us all about it. So I wish you all again all the best. I'm sure Mr. Valentine will give you all his greetings in the morning as well. And I'm looking forward to hearing your feedback. How do you all think the session was today? Was it helpful? Do you all think you understand things a little better? Yeah, can I get thumbs up if it helps? So I will be waiting to hear your feedback tomorrow. We're always very pleased to hear from you all. And I hope you all get a good night's rest, okay? Try not to cram, do not stress, right? And again, we are very excited to hear from you and we wish you all the best. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.